Hello, is anybody in the chat? Say something if you're alive and free. Hannah, can you hear me? Type yes for yes. I'll take that as a yes. Man, I was really hoping there'd be more people. I invited like everybody on my Facebook Facebook friends list. I guess people are not used to live streams start on time. Rock concerts usually start pretty late as well, so maybe I threw them off. Yeah, there's typically a delay. For those of you who are going to be listening to this after the fact, I'm talking to somebody in chat. Do you like the reverb? I'm actually in my room, but it sounds like I'm like in some type of huge cathedral or something. It's not just HBR, it's like, who else is usually late? The Hug Patrol, they're usually late. Can't think of anyone else off the top of my head. Yeah, that's what I just said. It sounds like I'm in a cathedral. But it's cool like that. Alright, for those of you who don't know, like this is the part of the show where it's called waiting for other people to show up. Well, I'm watching, that's how I'm watching the chat, so it might be counting me as well. Now, there could be some other people watching, but they're just like, you know, not saying anything in the chat. I sent a message to Otter Jesus. He should be here as well, but I don't know. He might have decided not to show up. Or maybe he just simply forgot. I'm going to check Twitter real quick. Yeah, usually our Jesus responds to my tweets real quick, so he may not have gotten it, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll eventually have to start without him. I have no idea whenever anyone else is going to show up, but I'm just going to start right now, and maybe people can like listen to this after the fact. Are you ready to rock and Alright, that last song was called Solo. I just made up off the top of my head. This next song is called Impending Doom. Mage Destroyer. called Nasty. Chechnya White Maiden. wretched death. This bloody brutality is the new reality. Tearing, screaming, tearing, screaming. Because there is nothing to fear. But who asked you to come here? You see the earth's red? Surely you feel the dread. Don't believe the lie that goddesses can die. Tearing, screaming, tearing, screaming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, I'm Chechnya White Maiden. You guys have been great. So, yeah, stay tuned for... the guitar was feedbacking. Anyway, stay tuned for Hannah Wallen and hopefully Otter Jesus. He hasn't responded to my tweets yet, so I don't know if he's going to show up.
Hello.
Hello.
Of course, I show up and the phone rings. I haven't actually heard back from Otter either. Otter? Oh, and I see what I know what I'm hearing. I still have I still have the stream open. We make that mistake on HBR all the time. Except I didn't sound like me to me this time. So, how long have you been playing?
Hello, oh my god! I need to get a new cable because I need to get a new mic cable because this one sucks.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. Yeah, I've had that problem. Bad equipment or falling apart equipment.
Yeah.
When it starts to get old. Yeah. In fact, it's been only recently that I've had decent equipment.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Kidding me. Oh my god. Hello? Hello?
Hello. I hear you. Is it just that it's not connecting up well with the computer? It's the cable. Yeah, I have that happen a lot too because I'm a klutz and I get up when I have my headphones on and forget they're still attached and I pull them loose. Actually, I have a lot of stuff duct taped because of that.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear, I can hear you, but the reverb is really high.
All right, cool. So you asked me, did you hear my answer when I told you how long I play guitar?
No, I didn't get to hear what your answer was.
I've been playing guitar since I was 17, so I've been about like 10 years.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Like in the beginning, I was kind of like, off and on. I wasn't really practicing that much.
Yeah, most of the people I know that play an instrument are like when they were younger, they didn't practice very much, and then as they got older, it became something they wanted to do all the time. I don't know. I think I was just the opposite. I played. Well, I don't actually have access to the instrument anymore, but I used to play piano when I was younger, and my parents had one in the house, so I had access to it all the time. And I used to play. I played when I was 5, and then by the time I moved out of the house, I really wasn't anymore.
You should get a one of those MIDI keyboards.
Yeah, I probably should get back into it. Although I don't know about the singing part. I can play, but if I sing, I'd have to go by the name of Cat or Wallen.
And, no, just sing black note. You don't have to be a good singer. Just let the evil flow.
Just let the evil flow. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have in the past I have been a singer, but that was when my asthma was more under control.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like with especially like where you're hitting a lot higher notes than I can. I even couldn't really do that when I actually had my asthma under good control. But yeah, to do that, you definitely have to breathe.
Hmm. Yeah, I used to have asthma when I was a lot younger, but yeah, it's not really an issue now. Except it was weird because like when I was working at Burger King, like when I was changing the oils for the fries and whatnot, like
Yeah.
a bunch of smoke just shot up in the air, and like I started having an asthma attack right there. It wasn't a big deal because like like I can still breathe. It's just I was feeling uncomfortable. So anyway, I go to the doctor. I get this asthma inhaler, and that's like the last time I ever see I had an asthma attack.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That it only happened one time. I mean,
Yeah.
it can be pretty scary when it's like the acute, the serious. Your throat closes up and your chest stops following your commands to breathe in and out, and
Yeah.
you have to get a shot. And
Yeah. Well, now I have an asthma, so I have an inhaler. So in case, well, let me unplug something real quick. I have an inhaler, so in case like something happens again, then I have it at hand.
I think Otter just came online.
Cool. Send him the link.
I told him to check his Twitter. I probably should have just sent him the link. That was dumb.
Are you still there? I heard you go quiet.
Yeah, I'm just typing in real quick.
Oh yeah. I've had so many problems with things. Whenever like somebody goes quiet, I just assume that something messed up.
Yeah, that happens. Like I when I go quiet, there's like two or three different things that I'll hit the mute button and then I can't unmute, or my computer doesn't like Google and it freezes up, and then every so often I have a little mute button on the cord of my mic also on my headset, and every so often I accidentally flip it. So there's like 3 different things that can go wrong that can make me be silent when I should be talking.
Yeah. Otter just he just retweeted. Oh shit, I forgot.
Here he is.
Oh, is he in?
Yeah.
Hey, Otter, you made it.
How's this doing for you?
So I mean, you missed the best part, but
Sorry, I just family came over and then I was talking to them and I explained to my uncle what Gamergate was. And yeah.
That takes time.
Well, I didn't take that much time, but it was kind of fun to talk about it.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah.
Yeah. I did not have it easy trying to explain to my parents what Gamergate is. So
my dad is like, oh, that all makes so much sense. And my mom's like, those people need to grow up.
I dearly love my parents. But if I start talking about anything, it's story time. Like, you guys have heard me with story time, but let's say I've got a thing to tell them, and it's a whole paragraph or page worth of text if you write it down. I get the first sentence out, there must be 5 different stories before I can get to the next sentence. Oh, I completely understand that. This, and this.
Yeah. I need to do one of my, I'm doing that, like, talk show as Otter voice. Right, this is Otter, this is my talk show. I need to do one where I have my mom and I interview her.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be fun.
Sounds like collusion to me.
Yeah, I already joked about that when I did one with Darkstar, who's part of the Hug Patrol.
Yeah, I listened to that one.
That would be nepotism.
Yeah.
Your mom.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
Well, let me introduce you guys. All right, we got.
Oh, we've already met. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that.
We have with us today the pious Otter Jesus and the elusive Hannah Wallen.
I am not elusive. I'm everywhere.
Well, I mean, I don't think you're on very many podcasts.
No, not lately.
Yeah, see, there you go. That's why you're elusive.
Lately, I've been working like 80 hours a week, so
yeah.
Can't do podcasts when you're working 80 hours a week. I'm not anymore though. I'm back to normal for the most part.
Cool.
For now, it's going to kick back up again in November. So, the joys of working in caregiving, like at the bottom level of it, because like every couple of months you lose somebody that you work with, and need to cover their hours.
That's not important. You know what's important? Cyber violence. That's important.
Cyber violence. Yes.
We need cyber caregiving. We need a space for people who have been cyber violenced, where they can go and recover.
And talk to their cyber mom and get some cyber cookies and cyber milk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cyber safe spaces. With cyber crayons and pictures of cyber puppies. There needs to be a hashtag cyber violence. Like,
let me check.
When the website loads up too slow, hashtag cyber violence.
When Amazon tells you that your 2-day shipping will take 4 days because of the weekend, cyber violence. That happens though, and I don't understand it. I bought the Avengers: Age of Ultron Blu-ray, and I have Amazon Prime, and they're like, okay, it'll come on Tuesday, and I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah. This website, you can't use this website without accepting cookies. I don't want to accept the cookies. You don't understand consent. Hashtag cyber violence.
Cookie rape.
Actually, there is a hashtag cyber violence.
Oh my god.
Wait, you didn't know that, Hannah?
I'm not surprised. I'm really not.
But like everyone was
hilarious
about that and joking.
It'd be hilarious if it's a serious hashtag. It would be hilarious to.
It was. The literally Who's were using it, and UN used it, and then Gamergate took over and mocked it.
The things you miss when you're at work all the time.
Yeah. And we've interrupted him enough now.
When I typed in cyber violence, Milo Yiannopoulos is like the first person who popped up.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he wrote articles about it.
Yeah.
He cyber violence me. He's
like super cyber violent hair.
He ended up following me randomly because of this thing. I don't know why I keep telling people about this, but it's funny, I guess. There are these photos where he was on the Joe Rogan show and his hair looked gray because of the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "You look like an old man." And he's like, "Actually unfollowed." And then he actually unfollowed me. I felt really bad because I felt like I did wrong, but.
Well, the thing about Milo Yiannopoulos that he's an autotheist. See, he believes he is God, so insulting him is sacrilege.
There you go.
But it's not an insult to be told you look like an old man. Like, there's nothing wrong with old men, is there? He
took it as an insult, therefore it's sacrilege.
I just said he looked old. I didn't say he was an old man. I apologized.
That's so cute.
Anyway.
As long as you don't tell me I look like an old man, we're okay.
I won't.
Well, you did look like a man when you were dressed like a man in that. What was it? What was that place? That thing they have in
Oh
Canada.
yeah, Calgary Expo, and everybody
Yeah.
thought I actually was like, who's that guy? It's the Trans Badger. It's no wonder people spread rumors.
The Trans Badger train has no brakes.
Well, I only get that like once in a great while. Karen gets it like from feminists all the time. They
That
call
she looks like a man.
Yes, and they'll actually use anti-trans slurs when referring to her.
That's so.
And
beautiful.
she doesn't. She's like got the narrow, delicate chin, and she doesn't look like a guy at all.
She looks like a young boy.
Like, well, yeah, maybe a guy that was 12 years old, but except not from the neck down.
Hey, there are plenty of men who have white hips and large breasts. Okay.
How much pot did they smoke to get that way? 'Cause I don't think she did. But yeah, that's like all this about inclusiveness and everything, and that's like their go-to insult is to call a very feminine, curvy woman a masculine. And she looks like a dude. She's trans. Blah blah blah.
Okay, I tweeted about this stream, and there's this account on Twitter called Sargon of Israel, and it's like, but is it about ethics and games journalism? I think it literally is just somebody who goes around asking people if, like, when somebody tweets something that isn't technically about ethics and games journalism, it's just about Gamergate and the community, like, wanting people to see something. I think this person just goes around and tweets at these people saying that you're not talking about games journalism.
That's
and
funny.
It's like the what's it called? Well, there was that one image where people turned it into like Anita, and she looked like a Jew who was like going to drink the blood of your children or something.
Wow.
But they turned it into Sargon's face. Like no, it's like that whole the blood libel type image of the Jew with a crooked nose or like that. Yeah, that. Here, I'll link it in the chat.
Actually, there's a group of anti-men's rights activists, feminists. Like I guess they're feminists. They seem to just be trolls, but in any case, that one of them, who goes by the illustrious name Takes Down MRAs and then blocked me because he couldn't handle debating me on Twitter. He didn't take me down very well. He's got an image of Paul Elam that he did that with.
Yeah, take down MRAs. They have me blocked. I think they're using a block bot.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious that he's got this tough-sounding name. Oh, I take down MRAs, and then like half of us, he's blocked us because he literally cannot deal with talking to us. That's like the most serious of takedowns. I shall bury my head in the sand, and you cannot speak to me. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, that's weird. So,
gee,
is there something we're supposed to be talking about, or are we just talking about whatever?
We're talking about whatever. I mean, you can talk about my music if you want to, but other than that, you can just talk about whatever.
This guy's Twitter feed is hilarious.
I ended up finding out this image about how DC is like, we're going to do this line of toys and cartoons and comics about how like we have these girls in the DC universe who are superheroes. So they have like it's like something that has nothing to do with the actual comics, but it's like Batgirl or Wonder Woman, possibly Wonder Girl. You never really know. And then it has like Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and they're all considered superheroes. And I tweeted about it earlier, and then I got all these tweets about it where people are like nerding out, like, this isn't right, those characters aren't superheroes, and then there are other people who are like, oh, this is dumb, this looks like garbage and trash, because it literally looks like they took something off of DeviantArt.
Oh, God.
Hey, there's some good stuff on DeviantArt, right, to be fair.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's just, it doesn't look like they created it on their own. It's like they just found it on DeviantArt.
Okay.
And Marvel's doing it.
Well, Marvel's always had their own lines for, like, they've had a line for more, like, age-appropriate stuff where it it wasn't necessarily for boys, it wasn't necessarily for girls. It was just stuff that girls and boys could read if they were really young, and their parents didn't want them seeing the more mature storylines and stuff.
When I was 8 years old, I was checking Edgar Allan Poe out of the library. So
you sick freak!
Oh no, my mom knew about that. She just didn't know I also read Lovecraft.
Oh no, Lovecraft! Oh,
that she would have expected to give me nightmares.
that guy's racist. You can't read him. Wait, wasn't he racist or was he sexist?
Is deityist.
Well, no. There is you can legitimately claim that he had like problems with someone. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that's how he was.
I was gonna say I would guess from the time. Well, actually, from the time period, it could have been either.
Actually, I think he didn't like gay people.
Well, from the time period there were that he was writing in, they were probably that's pretty normal.
Yeah, when there was this one movie adaptation sort of Lovecraft, and then the main character was like a gay guy. There was like people like, this doesn't make any sense. The creator didn't even like them. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Otter, what's with the dildo?
Somebody bought it for me.
Oh, okay.
And that's all that we shall talk about it.
All right.
I have an Otter Jesus wish list on Amazon with a bunch of sex toys on it.
I have to say,
always have it.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah. I also have condoms on there for some reason. I think I just want to play with condoms because they're fun. I took one from some like government place where they have condoms like in a little thing next to where you talk to the people to have them help you. And I took one because I'm like, I've never actually seen one. And I played with it. I'm like, this is fun. I want balloons.
When you said government play, I immediately thought like you got like CIA condoms or something.
Oh, maybe.
Probably Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
No, I didn't go to Planned Parenthood.
They say that they serve men too.
Yeah, they give them condoms.
Yeah.
And they poke holes in them. What? Oh no. That's
now you have to pay us $1,000 so your girlfriend can have an abortion. We don't know why that happened though.
Yeah. What was I saying? No, it was the place where I signed up for food stamps.
Oh, okay.
There's condoms there for some reason.
And
they look like candy.
Different communities seem to call that different things, but
yeah.
The Health and Human Services Department, which those probably do have holes poked in them because the people that work there depend on more births to low-income single mothers in order to maintain their jobs. Like if there weren't a lot of poor people, those guys would all be out of work.
Yep. Anyways, but yeah, that's like I have all these things like that on the wish list, but I finally put some video on there because I had separate wish lists for like PS3 games and Nintendo DS games and Wii U games, but I guess no one was seeing them because Dogsplained, this person on Twitter, he sent me a bunch of little Otter things that I had on the wish list, and I'm like, he said that he liked to send people video games. I'm like, why didn't you send me a video game then? And he's like, because you didn't have any on there. I was like, well, there are now. And then he's like, well, I'm poor now, so I won't be buying people video games randomly anymore.
Aw.
Oh yeah.
Well, I hope that's a temporary situation for him.
Yeah, I hope he gets more money and then he can send us stuff.
I just hope he gets more money. It sucks to be poor.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's poor. He just doesn't have a lot of money to be spending on random people he'll never meet.
Yeah. I understand that too.
But here, I'll link the tweet I made originally about that art thing for the DC stuff with the girls, and you guys can look at it.
Let's see, is it? Oops.
It just looks so. Ugh.
Yeah, that really doesn't look.
Should be upset about it. I mean, it looks very girly and gendered.
I think that's kind of the point.
I know, but like you'd think feminists would be mad about it, but I think feminists are being like, "Oh, good, they're targeting girls."
It looks like cartoons on television that are like on Cartoon Network that would be targeted toward 8-year-old girls.
Well, that's the target audience, but it's just weird. And then somebody's like, "Hey, why is Mulan there?" And I'm like, "That's not Mulan." Katana, she's not a super significant character per se, but she's a character. And then there's Harley Quinn, and people in the comments on IGN were like, "Oh," somebody's like, "Oh, Harley Quinn, my daughter's gonna like freak. She loves her." And then somebody's like, "Your daughter loves a psychopath?" And then somebody's like, "You wouldn't say the same thing if it was like somebody saying their son liked Deadpool." And I'm thinking, I would.
Actually, Deadpool's my favorite superhero.
Well,
Deadpool
actually,
isn't a psychopath,
my son likes
technically,
Deadpool,
though.
but he doesn't like him as a role model.
But the thing is, Deadpool is a hero. He's not a villain. Like
Yeah.
a better
Eventually.
comparison would be who's
The
a really-
Punisher.
who's a Marvel-
The Punisher
Yeah.
is not a good role model.
Punisher is a hero though too, technically,
Yeah.
an anti-hero. I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to
he's
think of
still not a good
popular
role model.
villain. Who's a popular villain?
Actually, most superheroes are not good role models.
Well, yeah, none of them are. You shouldn't aspire to be like a superhero. You should aspire to be like something you can actually aspire to. Because like aspiring to a superhero, that's dumb.
No.
Superheroes are criminals technically, unless
Well-
they're sanctioned by the government.
Superheroes all are superheroes because of their emotional baggage. Like, they're all just completely messed up, and so that's how they deal with it.
That's not technically true.
I know. There's some of them that are not like that, but
Well, like
Like-
Captain America,
Batman
is
is
he
the
messed
kind
up?
of person you're talking about.
Batman is incredibly messed up.
Yeah.
Dressed as a bat and beats up criminals. I actually heard that. I heard this from movie Bob Chipman. He's like, Batman can fight more crime just by putting like a factory in the bad part of the area, so like people can get jobs opposed to like having to join gangs.
Yeah, but see, that would make sense. It'd be like if the Eagles picked up Frodo and Samwise at the beginning of the story and flew them over the mountain so they could drop the ring down inside. Like, who was that? Which comic was that from? I can't remember. It might have been Knights of the Dinner Table.
I actually heard Spoonie talking about how
Dork Tower. Sorry.
That's fine. I actually heard Spoonie talking about how that wouldn't have worked because like the Eye of Sauron would like solve them immediately. I don't know what it would have done. Does the Eye of Sauron like shoot lasers or something?
It would have.
Just
It would have seen them.
something would have been sent out after them. Something that
The Nazgul's flying things.
Yeah. So yeah, you would just have like a barrage of flying stuff coming at you.
And then they could play the Flight of the Valkyries as the music for the movie. It's a 5-minute movie, but
I'm trying to find a male villain that's a popular character in Marvel that could be used as a good example of somebody your child should not aspire to. But
the Joker?
No, he's not Marvel.
Oh, no, you said Marvel.
Like, you talking about a male hero or just a male comic book character?
No, a male villain, because Harley Quinn has never been a hero. And I'm currently looking through the roster of Thunderbolts, because that's basically like the Suicide Squad of the Marvel Universe. But I'm having trouble finding
If you're going to aspire to be like a bad guy character, I don't know. If you're female and you're going to aspire to be like a bad guy character, at least Catwoman had some sense.
But she's also an anti-hero, too.
Yeah, she like was back and forth between making mischief and stopping mischief.
She was also a prostitute at one point, or a stripper, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Why is this so hard to find a character? Like maybe, well, I want to say Juggernaut, but still, he's not. Oh, he's always bad. Yeah, Juggernaut. Yeah, if you like Juggernaut a lot, then that's bad, and you should not do this.
Wouldn't all villains be people you wouldn't want to look up to?
Well,
You
there's a
could-
difference between a villain and an anti-hero, and that's where it gets murky.
Alright.
Because some villains are sometimes villains, sometimes heroes, and then sometimes just I'm doing whatever I want.
I remember Marilyn
And then they
Manson. I remember like Marilyn Manson saying that he always looked up to villains because they're the ones who always like march their own beat or something, and I don't think that's not true. I understand why you would think that, but that's not true.
And then they go on Sally Jesse and tell everybody, I do what I want.
Well, I mean, there are good guys who do that as well. Like,
yeah.
But basically, like, chaotic good is basically that, like, the person who does whatever they want, but they're still a good person, you know?
Okay, somebody just commented on Twitter the image of Mulan in that one thing where it's actually katana. Somebody's like, I just noticed she's not holding her sword, and if you look, she actually isn't. Her sword is like, I don't know where her sword is.
It's behind her. It's blending into the background.
Yeah, but she's not holding it in her hands. It looks like she's holding her hair. Oh my gosh.
What the hell?
That's so dumb. Anyways.
They would never do this. This is one good thing about not being a superhero fan. They would never do this with the comic books I read. House of Horror for 8-year-olds.
Well, I think they actually have kind of tried to do that, where they've tried to make horror, but it's not necessarily trying to take that specifically, but they've tried to make horror for like 8-year-olds, and it's weird.
But not that kind of campy horror, and you know.
Yeah. Well, like Goosebumps is campy.
And then the kid gets up at 3 in the morning. Mom, I can't sleep. There's a wolf man in my closet.
I was always worried about Gremlins.
Yeah.
That movie was really scary. I don't care what people have to say.
The younger you are, when you see a movie like that, the more likely it is to scare the living crap out of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I was scared by Barbarella, for Pete's sake.
But how is that a scary movie?
Well, there's this scene where she goes to this area where there's these mechanical doll-like robots, and they attack her, and they bite at her. And, like, it shows her, you know, it's supposed to be this combination of, you know, damsel in distress and sexiness because it's Barbarella. And so they chew off bits of her pantyhose and everything, but I was 2, and I had snuck out of my room and was hiding behind one of my parents' chairs in the living room, watching around the chair, and saw that. And, like, I've been afraid of dolls ever since.
Oh, wow. To this day, you still afraid of dolls?
Not functionally afraid, but they still give me the heebie-jeebies.
So that spin-off of The Conjuring, that movie you wouldn't want to see, right?
Probably not. I mean, I don't know. I don't think a movie with dolls is going to give me nightmares now. But boy, it sure did back then.
Like, I don't know if I want to watch that spin-off because, unlike The Conjuring, which is supposed to be based on an actual true story, that movie, they just made a bunch of bullshit up. And it's like, this is the backstory. Okay.
That's kind of like the Amityville horror series. Like, there was the original story, and then they made a movie that used some of the details from the story, but then had a whole bunch of crap that wasn't true to the story. And then there was this whole series of movies afterward that, like, I think I watched the full second movie and then rented the third one, and, like, in the middle of the third one I was like, this is just absolute shit, and shut it off in the middle of the movie and quit watching.
They eventually made one sequel where it was, like, found footage.
Oh my gosh. It's, you know,
then they tried to reboot it, but, yeah.
The people that told the original story came out at one point and said, "Oh yeah, we made that all up."
Well, I think there are some that have some of the people who have actually tried to claim that it's true, but there were people like somebody who helped write the book who was like, "Yeah, it's not true." And there was no truth to it. Like basically, these people clearly just made it up. And the people that the Conjuring movie, the couple that's based on, they actually went to the Amityville whorehouse. It sounds like
Amityville whorehouse.
They actually went there, and as she claimed, like the wife claimed that she felt like something was wrong, but apparently not wrong enough to actually want to do anything.
Oh,
and
geez.
Like the stories have changed, where it's like she thought there was some super evil, but I think in the end it was just like it wasn't. They didn't really think anything serious was happening, and they didn't do anything. So, yeah, but even in the end of The Conjuring, they actually make reference to them going to see the Amityville whorehouse. But, yeah, so the Conjuring movie is actually based like these people that told the story to the screenwriters, they're like, yeah, we do believe this happened. And I think one of the daughters ended up going on to write a series of books about how it wasn't really technically about what happened, but it was about how I think, like how she dealt with a bunch of stuff or something. I can't remember, but it's interesting. And they're gonna do a sequel, and they're gonna get the same director.
That'll be interesting.
It was funny because that movie was actually targeted specifically at Christian audiences, like how they did with the Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a good, solid film, and for Christians, it's a good, solid Christian film technically, because like the couple's Catholic. So.
Actually, thinking about it, for Christians, The Exorcist is a good, solid Christian film.
Yeah, that is too.
That's one that, of course, I was younger than I should have been when I saw that too.
It seems like you see everything younger than you should have seen.
Let's see. I had a very good habit, of sneaking into the living room when things were on television that I was deemed too young to watch.
Well, your living room was clearly set up wrong.
Well, it had a doorway. It didn't have a door. It just had a doorway.
Well, no, what I'm talking about is like the TV facing like a wall or a corner where you have like the couch and like the TV's there, so you can't see it and people who are watching it can't see or will see you if you are able to see the TV. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, that's the way the living room in my apartment is set up, but not at my parents' house. It was never like that. In fact, there are 2 doorways that you can see the television from there now that I think about it.
What I'm trying to say is that your parents were secretly abusive.
Well, it didn't work. I'm not traumatized, except for dolls.
That's what they all say, yeah.
Well, dolls are actually kind of expensive. If you really have a major doll habit, and I could talk about it like that because when I was a kid, there was only one place that I ever went that dolls didn't bother me, and it's like specifically porcelain dolls are the worst. I hate porcelain dolls.
Yeah, it's the whole uncanny valley.
Yeah, but there was this little old lady in the neighborhood where I grew up. And she was just like the sweet little old lady of stories that gives everybody cookies and all the kids in the neighborhood love her and everything. That was the little old lady in my neighborhood was like that, and she must have had like 400 little 6-inch high porcelain dolls with elaborate outfits and very intricately detailed faces. And like their eyes would open and close if you laid them down and sat them up and everything.
Oh.
And they were all in one room together. And every single one of them had a story to go with it, where she was when she got the doll, where she had traveled to, or who gave her the doll, and what occasion it was, and everything. And if you asked, she would tell you. She would tell you all about her dolls. And it was cool because just hearing all the neat little stories that went with the dolls was, I don't know, it made them not scary. But she talked about them like they were objects. She didn't, like a lot of people that collect dolls talk about their dolls like they're people, and it actually creeps me out even more.
Yeah.
But she'd be like, I got this one at such and such a place. It's called, this name, and it's supposed to be this kind of person. This is a school teacher, and and this one's supposed to be what a secretary would have looked like back in the 1920s, and blah blah blah. It was, and it may not be interesting, now to an adult and everything, but to a little girl, that was like the coolest source of, a million little stories about where she had been and what she had done, and like the doll was sort of the MacGuffin of the story, in that the story itself expanded well beyond the doll, but the doll was the sort of the place marker that made the story relevant.
Basically, she was like telling Indiana Jones stories, but Indiana Jones was a doll.
Well, or Indiana Jones went and got dolls.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant. Like, yeah. I didn't want to try to have to say like the Holy Grail, the other thing, and then the voodoo people.
Indiana Jones in the Temple of Dolls.
What was he even after in the Temple of Doom?
I can't remember.
I think he was after that little Chinese boy.
Around?
Oh no, the Iron Stone. He went to rescue the village children, and he was after the Iron Stones. And the village
Oh.
children are not to be confused with the village people. They do not sing. They dig diamonds out of the dirt.
Speaking of Nazis, I watched the latest episode of The Awesomes, and like they have these three girls who are like the granddaughters of like these Nazi people, like Hitler, Goebbels, and some other guy.
Yeah.
And like she brought them back to life, and like for some reason these three girls didn't know that the Nazis were bad people, and like they didn't do this, but I really wanted them to do like. I wanted to say something like, "Oh well, I looked online. Everybody said like Hitler, Hitler did nothing wrong, so obviously he's a good guy."
He didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing.
I tried watching The Awesomes when Hulu first brought it on, and I couldn't stand it.
Really?
Yeah, I think it might have been because of so many SNL voices, but also I just think it wasn't that well written, and it wasn't that creative. It was just kind of like. Yeah, it was really obvious jokes that have been done many times within other superhero parody and stuff, and it felt just really dumb to me. But maybe it's gotten better. I don't know. I didn't want to keep trying to watch it.
Actually, I like the first season better than the other ones because the first season is like the vibe I'm getting from it. It seems like the main character Proc. Like he doesn't seem like he actually wants to be a superhero. He seems like he just really wants to approve of his dad, who's like basically like the best superhero in this, in this universe. And so it just really makes it seem like this guy is like going way over his head in order to do what's right.
Or what'll make his dad happy?
Yeah, I mean, I think he thinks it's gonna make his dad happy if he actually does like save the world and do what's right. But
so he has daddy issues.
Yes, basically.
They seem to put that in like every story now.
Yep. Makes sense, though, because so many people in real life have daddy issues because of all the issues facing men and boys. Uh-oh, MRA territory!
Well, and the sad truth is, like, the majority of daddy issues are actually mommy issues because mommy's the one that took the kids and walked out.
Yeah.
Like, the majority of divorce that happens, at least in the United States, the majority of divorce that happens is initiated by women.
Yeah.
And but they're not responsible for it, right? they did that, but that's not their fault, and they shouldn't be penalized for those decisions.
Honestly, to me, the problem isn't really divorce. It's just like what happens after the divorce. Like if like the father was still able to interact with the child, then I don't think it would be as big a deal. It's like what am I trying to say? Like breaking up with your wife should not also mean breaking up with your children as well.
Yeah,
so those should be two different things.
Well, and it's something that you can't seem to get through to people. There's research out there that actually says something like 42% of divorced women who have custody of their children that have admitted to custodial interference, and I can't remember the percentage, it's slightly less than that, think that the father has no importance to their kids' lives. And the bad thing is that percentage is less, means that there are women who have practiced custodial interference who do think the father is important to their children's lives, but to get back at him, they're willing to take away something that's important to their children, their contact with their dad. I mean, how malicious can you get? It just to not care that you're damaging your children, as long as you get to damage him too, It just that one blows my mind. When I saw that information, that just really blew my mind.
Well, another interesting thing about it is like, okay, so they remove contact with their kids, but then because of like the money that they have to pay for child support and whatever, like that ends up making it harder because of how that all works and how it's not reasonable. That ends up making it impossible for men to even have time to see their kids anyways.
Yeah,
because they spend more time at work.
Yeah.
Well, and of course,
in prison because they can't pay.
If you spend more time at work, they increase your child support.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense.
Did you just mute? All right.
Yeah, I muted for a second and coughing up my toenails. Sorry.
Ew, why are you eating your toenails?
Wait, did you say coughing up your toenails?
Coughing hard enough that those come up. It's that time of year. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's watched the Sarkeesian Effect, but if
watched it.
there was this scene that has Karen and Rachel and me in it talking, and you can hear in the sound of my voice in that interview that I sound like death. I swallowed death, and he's trying to escape out of my throat.
Wait, they interviewed you?
Yeah.
Did they like come to you in person?
Actually, yeah, we were at Kennesaw Men had a I don't know whether to call it a conference, but they had a thing where several speakers showed up. Karen was there, Paul Elam was there, Jonathan Taylor was there, and of course Sage Gerard basically handled the whole thing, organized it and everything. And I had gone down there, and Rachel had gone down there, sort of in support, and because this was actually this was a really, really difficult thing for the guys to get established down there.
Yeah.
They were up against a huge amount of resistance and a serious harassment, like unbelievable Twilight Zone shit. And so, we there wasn't a whole lot we could do, but at least we could go be there. And so we were down there for that. And it's this is the beginning or end of October, I can't remember which, but like the whole month is like this for me. And like the whole time I was down there, everybody kept, "Oh, are you okay? Are you okay?" It's like, it's just allergies, and you can't get frustrated with people because they haven't watched you grow up. They don't know, that it's like that.
They also seem to want to they're worried about you, so it's like,
right?
How dare you worry?
Right, you can't get frustrated or get angry with people for that.
Yeah.
So I spent the entire time reassuring everybody that I was not dying. And coughing up my lungs, and sounding like I was at the end stages of emphysema or something. And then
back to you mentioned though the Sarkeesian effect thing. Is that good? Is it kind of worth watching, or?
I only saw a draft of it. I haven't seen the finished product, but the way the draft looked, I mean, for being a draft and everything, it looked really good.
Okay.
So as long as he did the things to it, as long as Jordan did the things to it he said he was going to do to it, which I've been wanting to see, the finished product and just haven't gotten to. But as long as he did the things he said he was going to do to it, then it should be great.
Do you know how much it costs?
No, I don't.
I think it was like $7, but I don't know.
I'm gonna have to go through. I'm sure somewhere in his Twitter feed it says he has a link to it.
I think it's on Vimeo.
Is it what?
I think it's on Vimeo. The website that
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
What's this? This must be their main page, but yeah, there's so many people who are like, "Oh, those people are terrible." It's like, I don't know if I want to watch it, but if it's ever free. Okay.
Yeah.
$4 to rent for 48 hours, $8 to stream anytime. So, yeah.
Now, for that difference, you might as well just get the right to stream every time and any time.
Yeah.
But no, that whole situation. Sorry. But to my understanding, they, as far as working together and everything is concerned, everybody keeps talking about the ideological differences that the two men had.
Mm-hmm.
But what Jordan explained to me was going on was that Irini was not actually doing tasks that were related to his job as part of the Sarkeesian effect. And like in the end, Jordan has had to take legal action against him for meta stuff that doesn't have anything to do with their ideological differences, and Irini just keeps shoving the ideological stuff in there like it's important. So of course everybody outside the team seems to think that the whole thing is an ideological conflict, when it seems to be more that Irini decided not to do things that needed to get done.
To me, it sounds kind of weird to brag about knowing about all the keyboard shortcuts.
knowing about all the keyboard shortcuts.
Yeah, that's what Arini said. He was like, I know all the keyboard shortcuts.
People were
Okay.
joking about that later. I didn't realize that came from him. I went on IMDb and I looked at one of the reviews from users. It's like 1 star, absolute crap. Oh, it's Margaret Pless. Okay, she wrote it. That's funny. So she has like 10 reasons for why
Things
the
that you
movie's
didn't
crap.
like.
Okay, Karen Strong is clearly drunk during her interview.
So what's that to do with anything?
Not.
She's Karen Strong.
She
Are you
wasn't though,
kidding
right?
me? No, we were up like early in the morning. We were up all day, and didn't like we were running around. We spoke, and the interview itself didn't take place till late at night. I'm surprised she didn't say that about me because I was like, I had a fever. That's one of the things that you don't usually happen unless the allergies get really bad. But I had a fever and was like struggling to stay awake and forgot to do the thing I was going to do after the interview because I was so exhausted. And actually Karen was in better shape than I was. But Karen's that laid back all the time. She wasn't drunk.
And then the number 7 is you can't hear the other 2 women who interviewed with drunk Karen because the only microphone was placed next to Strong.
You can hear all 3 of us. At least we could in the in the draft.
This is just a really stupid review. It says 10 out of 11 people found the following review useful. I'm going to say nope, not useful.
Who?
I have to log in. I'm not doing it then. Sorry.
Wait, who reviewed it?
Margaret Pless, the person who tried to. I think this is the person who tried to dox Cernovich, and then Zoe shared it. I think that's the person.
Okay, that explains that.
I don't even know why
They're a person that was involved with all the Gamergate shit. So that's all you need to know.
I don't understand why you care about somebody being drunk when you're interviewing them. It's like
that makes
information comes
well,
across.
not to mention the fact, like, in order for Karen to have been drunk with her constitution, she would have had to have bankrupted everybody in the area. Like, it's not that bad, but you cannot easily get Karen drunk. She has a very good tolerance. She's pretty tough when it comes to like now. You could get me drunk really quickly and easily, but then I'd go to sleep and you wouldn't be able to do an interview. But yeah, that just like.
There's another review from somebody named Jason Smith, 1 star. It starts out, if I could give 0 out of 10, I would, but unfortunately I can't. The quality of the cat videos on YouTube are made of higher production value than this documentary.
Where are these reviews?
They're on IMDb. I just linked.
Oh.
There's like 3 reviews, I think, and then the last one is 8 out of 10 stars from somebody from the Czech Republic.
Czech Republic?
Whatever. I like to say it wrong.
Czech.
You're not impressing me.
My brother was like playing. I forgot what game he was playing, but he was playing online, and like he was playing with these people who were from the Czech Republic. And he's like, "Oh, what's it like over there?" And he's like, "It sucks."
Oh, there's a thread about it where it's literally just one post linking to YouTube. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know if I'll ever watch that movie, but it's just like I'm gonna know everything that's in it probably already. I've heard all these people talk before, so it's like I don't know. It's more like maybe for somebody who isn't really familiar with all of it, maybe.
Yeah, I heard that one of the reasons why they made the movie is so it'd be like on some type of file or something. So it'd be like
there would be like a historical document. The documentary would be a historical document explaining basically what Sarkeesian has developed into the perfect scam.
Yeah.
Pless's review is like, oh, these people don't even know her, and it's like, I didn't really think the movie was supposed to be about her per se. It was about the precedent she set, which can be called the Sarkeesian effect, which that kid in Texas who totally built a clock.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much using that same effect to some degree. So
yeah, when I first heard about it, it seemed like like hilarious and sad at the same time. Because when I first heard about it, I thought he actually had built a clock. He just brought it to school and people started freaking out because he's a Muslim guy with a clock.
He claimed that he built it. He didn't. And literally he went out of his way to make it look suspicious, because what he did was he bought a clock at a store, took it apart, put it in like a little pencil case, and then brought it to school and was told not to show it to anyone. And so he made sure that it went off, and it was off in his English class, and the teacher asked him about it, and then he doesn't say anything, and he acts all like belligerent. Then the cops come, and then at one point his sister, when he has handcuffs on and he's at the police station, his sister comes and they're going to take the handcuffs off, and she's like, no, I want to take a picture with him with the handcuffs on.
Okay.
And that goes viral, obviously.
Yeah, so it was all for publicity.
Well, it's not necessarily for publicity per se, unless the dad actually made the kid do it. But what it was a way to just get free stuff, because he's getting all this free stuff. He's apparently going to the UN at some point.
Well, that's always a credible.
Well,
Of course, like I said yesterday, UN Women is not actually the UN. It's an advisory group that the UN doesn't admit to directly taking advice from. It's not.
Yeah, but it still has UN in the name.
Yeah, and they do take advice from them. They just don't acknowledge that. We're doing this because UN Women said so.
Yeah.
Mom told us to go set up these shelters in the Congo, but only girls can use them.
Andrew Wallace on Twitter, he responded to my tweet about the review, that Margaret Plus review, and he's like, Margaret was clearly drunk during her review. Anyways, but yeah. That's basically what the documentary was about, I thought.
That almost smacks of actual libel. Not that it'd be actionable. I don't think it would be actionable, but I mean, to say you're certain that somebody was drunk is that's rather defamatory.
Yeah. But make sure Karen hears about it.
She'll be like, I don't care.
No, you like put her to do a video about it and say, this is what I'm really like when I'm drunk.
Well, she has one where she demonstrates the ridiculousness of something that somebody said by consuming mass quantities of alcohol in response to it.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what the stupid feminist which stupid feminist she was responding to.
Yeah, this is what we need to do, all right? We need to make our own brand whiskey. It's going to be called Power. That way, our mouth can be get drunk with power.
There we go. We could call it patriarchy power. We could be drunk on patriarchy power.
So anybody have more questions for me?
We have our own whiskey called Karen Strong.
Well, no. See, she's in disguise. She's really a dude named Kevin Strong.
Well, fine, it'll be called Kevin Strong. Kevin to the max.
There we go.
Brand whiskey.
Kevin Strong's Badger Bourbon.
No, we started Kickstarter to get Karen a butt.
You should go get her own butt with blackjack and hookers.
Milo just tweeted a new article. I'm pretty sure he wrote it, obviously, about how men are all the smartest people. Like, all the smartest people in the world are men. And yeah, he's like, standing by for feminist tears / rape / death threats.
Yeah, because they like to take credit for things that they didn't even do. They're going to be really pissed off about him pointing out that the guys that actually get stuff done are men.
Yeah.
Well, but he's right as far as like what has been accomplished in the world, what has been created that society has benefited from. The vast majority of those things were created by men, were made by men, or the ideas were come up with by men, and then other men made them, or it's not like women have had to. We haven't had the necessity. Men have always taken care of it. So women have been free to. This is like what I was talking about yesterday with respect to education. Like traditionally, people talk about women not being. I don't know if I talked about this on the show or the after show, but feminists will say women were not educated. But upper class women were educated. They just didn't have the same educational standards as men. And the reason was men were expected to use their education to sort of direct their education for utilitarian purposes. They had to be able to contribute to society with their education in a way that would earn them a living.
Mhm.
But women were free to take frivolous courses, learn lots of languages but not become an interpreter, learn all about pastimes and things like that. They didn't have to study things that they could use to build and create, and because they weren't expected to do it.
They didn't have to survive off of their intelligence.
Right. They could just be nerds for the sake of being nerds. And I think that's probably carried over generation after generation to like the women who are more entitled in society. When they are nerdy, they expect to be catered to. And the community that actually came up with space travel, that actually achieved space travel, looks at that and goes, "What the fuck are you doing here?" You're just gonna sit over there in the corner and chit chat? No, we don't have time for that. We're making space station. Get out of here.
Well,
And-
okay, I wanna say something though, in about what you're saying. There is a very good example of a woman who did do something very significant within like science. Temple Grandin, who
there's a few.
revolutionized. Well, this is a specific one that's actually like you can reference and go, yeah, look at her. There's even a movie.
Yeah.
But like she revolutionized the cattle industry and did something that nobody even considered doing. But to also be fair, she was basically a man because she was autistic.
Well, and she probably was not a privileged, pampered princess that decided to get into the area of interest, cattle. What is it? Cattle husbandry. She probably didn't decide to get into that just because she found it interesting. It was probably her family's livelihood or something along those lines. And it's the same way. There's God, I can't think of her name. The woman that wrote the program that was used that basically saved, was it Apollo 13? Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Apollo 13.
The Apollo mission that almost they almost lost the ship. They almost lost the guys because of the oxygen problem.
I always thought that happened every single time.
Well, no, there was one that was
Margaret Hamilton?
Yeah, and this she, I will bet you that she didn't grow up in a situation where she never had to account for herself and she never had to work for anything, and I'll bet you she grew up in a situation where she was at least taught that she was expected to earn any kind of recognition that she got and earn any kind of special treatment, or any kind of, not even special treatment, but just respect. Well,
I think she grew up in Indiana. Possibly.
Well, in that case, yeah, she probably did grow up where she had to earn respect.
And then she went to a Quaker a Quaker college.
Yeah.
She might.
But yeah, like the thing about Temple Grandin though is what she did actually literally affected everyone, at least who ate meat. It made them better, and it helped. It just generally helped I don't know, but yeah, that like with this, like, oh, she did something that helped save a few people in a spaceship. Okay, that's cool, but most of the major scientific things that are really interesting are things that ended up affecting everyone. And so, like with Temple Grandin, I will always go like, she affected everyone technically. I just think.
Yeah. You really can't point out a lot of women that actually that what they did had that wide of an impact. Well, you really can't point out a lot of people though that what they did had that wide of an impact.
Yeah.
I mean, even great men that have changed things haven't necessarily affected everyone. and especially if we're talking about like advances in technology and everything, some things eventually become used by everybody, but a lot of things don't. And even advances in medicine, they're like every little change in medicine, it's hard to tell what it affects and what rippling effects go out throughout the medical community that aren't necessarily a part of that specific area of medicine. Like there were in the last couple of years, actually it's been probably about 10 years now, discoveries in neonatal ICUs that and nurses really didn't realize this. Uh, they were spreading infection. Like regular universal precautions were not good enough. They were spreading infection, and they couldn't figure out how they were spreading the infection because they were washing their hands, they were wearing gloves, they were using the gel that kills bacteria and everything you put on your hands, and they were doing all that stuff and they couldn't figure it out. And they finally traced the source of the bacteria to their hand lotion. That they had a little pump, a hand lotion pump, that you put your hand on top of the pump, you hold your other hand underneath it, and you squirt the hand lotion onto your hand and rub your hands together to get the effect. Well, apparently, since everybody was touching that pump, and then the dispenser part of the pump was touching the hands that it was dispensing to, that was causing transfers of bacteria, and it was breeding in the lotion. And so they ended up transferring infections to babies in the ICU, and this is like where the preemies are, and babies that are injured or dehydrated or sick or otherwise have problems at birth because of traumatic childbirth or birth defects and things like that. So they're like extra vulnerable. But that discovery probably didn't just affect neonatal care, because every place in healthcare, every place, you practice universal precautions. You wash your hands like 400 times a day. It's one of those things, if you take that test that they give you for mental illness, you have to tell your psychiatrist, well, I'm a nurse's aide, or I'm a nurse. I wash my hands 400 times a day, but it's because I'm required to, not because I think I'm unclean, and your hands get dry. They don't put lotion in the soap that you use to wash in healthcare. You don't. It's not sanitary to put lotion in the soap. And it's not. You have to, like, you can't use a nail brush. You have to use the palms of your hands, so you're scratching at your hands. There's just all kinds of rules to prevent germs from being on surfaces that you're touching, and then you transfer them to your hands after you've cleaned your hands, and then you go and touch the patient. So it's like everywhere. Every nurse's station would have had a lotion dispenser. Every break room and things like that would have had a lotion dispenser, and that changed that throughout the entire healthcare industry. And that would have just been a few nurses that figured that out. And it's it's one of those things that would ripple out everywhere. And you see the same thing in elder care. They figured out that patients with senile dementia improve when they are given regular exposure to pets, particularly cats and dogs, because those are familiar pets and they're fluffy and cuddly and affectionate. But that also, they discovered, once that was discovered in elder care, it goes out, it sort of ripples out into the community. They discovered that it works well with patients that suffer from depression. It works well with patients that are recovering from traumatic experiences. And it's not just one group of people. And as long as they're not suffering from some kind of an allergy that's going to make dealing with the pet a traumatic experience or a phobia, it's actually beneficial to a large variety of people who are recovering from various injuries or conditions to have pet therapy. And of course now they're investigating into PTSD dogs.
Okay, so if you back to Temple Grayson, I was listening to everything you were saying. It was a little hard to follow because I was also reading, but it was good stuff. But it's just funny because on her Wikipedia page, she is the inventor of the Hug Box.
The Hug Box?
A device to calm those on the autism spectrum. I just love that. It just sounds so funny.
She's the inventor of the Hug Box.
Yeah, the a thing that helps autistic people. Basically, it's what they use for cattle when they're giving them inoculation shots and stuff. It's to
Oh,
keep them still and calm.
see, I was thinking hug box the way you think of. I wasn't even thinking of a
I
real
know.
thing. That's
That's
funny.
why it's funny because it's like you don't think of it like that because normally you would call it a hug machine, but it's called a hug box. And so, but whenever you see feminists doing like, oh, this needs to be a safe place, a hug box, then it's like stop culturally appropriating autistics
Jeez,
uh,
that's funny.
stuff. It's only for them.
Uh, yeah, for people that crow about cultural appropriation, feminists do it an awful lot.
Hmm.
The safe space thing actually comes from something else too. That's a safe space isn't supposed to be a place where you are not confronted by anything that's difficult to handle. It's supposed to be a space where you can acknowledge your dysfunction
Yeah.
without being treated like for having that dysfunction you should just be discarded from humanity as a person, so that you can actually get past that judgment aspect of it and say, okay, I am in a position of having this dysfunction. Now what can I do to fix it? What can I do to overcome this problem and actually become a more functional person? What can how can I fix that?
It's a form of therapy, and
Yeah.
that's not when they talk about safe spaces. They're not talking about therapy. They're talking about um, being able to continue being in a state of mental illness.
Right. They're talking in the exact opposite of what safe spaces originally were created. The concept of safe spaces was originally created for. It was
Hmm.
supposed to be a no judgment space. Not no judgment as in you don't tell somebody this is a bad idea, but you don't tell somebody that they're an inherently bad person who should just be ashamed and not talk anymore because they had a bad idea. You
Basically, the
know?
opposite of Tumblr.
Yeah, it's basically the opposite of Tumblr. Like
Technically,
they've made the concept of safe space into a place that is as judgmental and angry as humanly possible. Like you can't say anything without fear of reprisal.
yeah,
You
like basically Tumblr is not a safe place for anyone, even like social justice warriors and feminists, because they will fight all the time about stuff.
yeah.
They'll even fight about things that have nothing to do with that kind of stuff. They'll fight about, oh, well, I like this character. No, you're wrong.
I a person very dear to me once told me about a family where like the majority of the women in the family suffered from some sort of mental condition, and it's like the mother was clearly mentally ill, and it might have been that the daughters were equally mentally ill, or it might have been that they were just influenced by the mother. But included in their mental illness was this belief that they were prophets. They could predict
Oh,
the future and give everybody the new words of God. Now that other prophets were gone, they were the next scripture writers, and they would do this, and they would say they were prophesying, and they would have these big arguments in their house about who was entitled, who was authorized to prophesy in the house. And then the argument would be, well, I'm the mother, therefore I have the authority, and well, I hear the voice of God, therefore I have the authority. And, well, how do you know? God told me he doesn't talk to you. That is what Tumblr sounds like to me.
yep.
Is your dear friend Gail Court Schuler?
No, nope, nope, nope. Just somebody very close. Actually, somebody very close who's no longer with us. So somebody who was once very close to me. But yeah, that story, and I hear about that, and I was just like, oh gosh, how can you grow up in an environment like that and come out of it okay, much less functional family man, but he did. It's just like this is yeah, but that is what Tumblr. That is my experience of Tumblr, and then in the middle of all of that is Rachel's blog, which is like an island of common sense in the middle of a sea of madness. And when you jump from Rachel's blog to Permutation of Ninjas, which is another island of common sense in the midst of a huge sea of madness, there's a few others like that. Those are the two. Like if I end up on Tumblr and I start clicking through things and I read stuff and it just like starts to get to me, then I go find Rachel's blog or I go find Permutation of Ninjas and read some stuff that makes sense to sort of wipe away the crazy.
Yeah. I'm on Tumblr, but I don't really do anything. The only time I ever really experienced any sort of weirdness was when I was really into talking about how like not really into, but I mentioned a few times where when I found out that the creator of the TV show Hannibal, about Hannibal Lecter, originally he was like, oh yeah, the character and the main the what, not Hannibal but the other guy, oh he's like autistic and stuff, and then the show comes out and the character in the show links himself to autism and is pretty much very autistic. Lots of autistic people are like, oh yeah, I totally identify with him. And then the creator of the show, he's talking to somebody at the Writers Guild for their website doing an interview, and he's like, oh yeah, the character's not autistic. And then he basically kind of links autistic people with sociopaths because he acted like, he basically said neither of them experience empathy, which is what the character in the show experiences all the time and is able to do what he does.
That's not true, actually, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm a living example of it, but
it's a complete misunderstanding of both disorders.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with him, and it was partly the person interviewing him who kind of led him in little directions. But the fact is, he basically said something really offensive. Didn't have to face any blowback from it. But anyways, I said this stuff, and then somebody tried to get into an argument with me about it, and like saying, oh, well, the character's not autistic anyway, so shut up. And then like, what? And the guy's like, well, in the books. And I'm like, well, the show's clearly not pasted in the books. It was such a weird argument.
Yeah.
And I brought the argument up that, well, maybe it didn't say he was autistic in the books, but the thing was, when that one was written, the term autism or Asperger's or whatever wasn't really a thing that was being used. So maybe the writer was just like, I don't know what that is, because it didn't exist. It was so weird.
Well, that's, I actually have been told enough symptoms and have had it explained to me enough. I kind of wonder if that diagnosis had been around when I was a kid and my parents actually took me to a psychiatrist, if I'd had that diagnosis. They took me. And the doctor basically said, "Oh no, she's on essentially a maturity spurt, and the other kids will catch up with her, and she'll just be a regular average kid." And that was it. There was no further, like, they were worried that I was autistic, and he's like, "Oh no, it would be much more dramatic if she was autistic." But the little encyclopedias, the term little encyclopedias, was what really stuck with me when I saw the description of it, because that was me. Like, I knew everything.
If you had been a boy, the person might have actually been able to say that you're a high-functioning autistic or you have Asperger's. But because with women, I think it's harder, and girls and stuff, I think it's harder for people to really recognize all the things for some reason. That's just like a thing. But the feminists have acted like, well, they're autistic women are being oppressed because of that. It's like, but how are they being oppressed? Because they're able to function better in society than male autistics anyways.
Well, to be honest, I think if I'd had a diagnosis, it would have been treated like a handicap in ways that might have actually made it harder for me to integrate than it already was into the society.
You mean by, like, your family and stuff, or?
Everybody. My family, my teachers, everybody. Once you get a label, it's really, there's two things that happen. First of all, without a label, and with the doctor saying that there was nothing abnormal or different, my parents pretty much took the mentality that it was that I needed to just shape up, and even if I wasn't going to be a cookie cutter of the other kids, which was fine with them, marching to the beat of a different drum was fine. But basically, I wasn't allowed to alienate everybody all the time. You know, it was not permitted. You know, Hannah, stop alienating people was pretty close to what I got told as a kid. You know, and so I worked at it, and I
That needs to
developed
become a
some.
joke. Like people need to just
Yeah.
say, like, tweet at you or something, or write in comments of videos like, Hannah, stop alienating people.
Stop alienating! Stop alienating your classmates. Yeah. They don't want to know the number of days it takes Mars to circle around the sun. They don't care.
With me, the stuff that I would actually like have all memorized was stuff that a lot of people would find interesting because it was about like pop culture. And
Yeah.
there'd be people who would like come to me and like, at least in high school, like, oh, what do you think of this movie? And I'm like, oh, well, this, and there's this in it, and there's that in it. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna walk away.
Have you seen Hot Fuzz?
I think I have. Yeah, been a long time. Not recently enough that I actually could tell you scenes from it and stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen it recently either, but it's my favorite movie.
I only watched Shaun of the Dead and the third one of that weird series. Never really watched Hot Fuzz though.
That was one of the jokes that my mom my mom was very, very prim and proper when she was in college, like super prim and proper. And my father decided that he was going to be, you know, a dick to her, and he turns to her one day and he's like, "You ever been picked up by the fuzz?" And of course, she thought he was talking about the cops, and she goes, "Well, yeah," and he goes, "Did it hurt?" She was so mad because she laughed. That was like how I first started getting her to loosen up about humor. Yeah, I don't know, my favorite movie. I don't know if I have a movie I could say this is my favorite movie, but
I can't ever do that either.
At my house, if we're talking about what movie to watch, and the guys won't pick, and it's not like if I've already picked a movie the last couple times, I don't want to pick a movie again, and they won't pick a movie, then we watch Uncle Buck. That's my go-to movie. If I'm forced to pick the movie after, you know, I've already done that previously, and it's somebody else's turn, and they're, no, you pick, then it's Uncle Buck.
Yeah,
Because I know I'm going to like that movie.
I've never seen Uncle Buck before.
Oh my gosh. It's one of those movies that, like, it's like Clue, and it's like Airplane and Trains, Planes, and Automobiles, and it's like one of those movies you can watch it over and over and over again, and it just doesn't get old.
I feel that way about Josie and the Pussycats.
Yeah.
That's such a good movie. I watched it twice in a row the first time I saw it.
That's cool.
And there's that song about anal sex at the beginning. Like, how can you go wrong?
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
But this is such a good movie, and so many people are like, oh, that's my... I just say, just because I'm like, that's my favorite movie, and then people are like, what? What's wrong with you? And I'm like, well, Josie and the Pussycats is the best movie ever. The whole point of the movie was subliminal messaging and brainwashing, which I just love. There's so many advertising, and like what's her name? Tara Reid, who actually does a really good performance for once. She's like taking a shower, and everything in the shower is McDonald's themed.
Oh God,
it's so
that's
funny.
hilarious.
It's like, what is happening? But if you've never seen it, you need to watch it. It's good. It's a good movie. It was done by the same people who did Can't Hardly Wait, which was a comedy, like, I can't remember what generation. It had Seth Green in it.
The Honey Badgers should talk about they should talk about Shimoneta, that anime.
They might have on a day when I wasn't on this show. There's been a lot of Mondays that I haven't been on this show. You tweeted it at me. Stop alienating people. I'm gonna retweet it. But yeah, there's been a lot of the Monday Nerdcasts that I've missed because of work.
When they do community, though, I need to be on there. They need to do it too. Force them to do it. Hannah, you need to alienate them until they do community.
There we go.
Such a good show.
I demand, even though I don't run any of the shows and don't do any of the work contributing to the shows unless somebody nags me into writing an article or a write-up for one of the... I demand that you do things my way.
Yeah, that's good. Well, this is completely off topic of what we were talking about, but apparently ABC and Marvel, Disney, whatever, they're developing a half-hour sitcom that takes place within the Marvel universe, I think.
Yes.
About
awesome.
the damage control people who
That sounds even
clean up
better.
everything.
You know what's going to happen?
Sounds so fun. I want to.
Once all the the female Marvel superheroes become Disney girls, they're going to become train wrecks and all go on drugs and start shaving their heads at beauty parlors and getting into a series of bad relationships and talking about it on TV and going to jail for shoplifting and.
Wait, okay, that's funny, but I don't understand exactly the logic to that. Like,
because Disney touched them.
Which girls are you talking about?
You like Marvel's working with Disney now. All of the female Marvel characters are gonna just become train wrecks.
Okay, you're talking about the actual characters and not like actors and stuff.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the characters.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I was like, wait, there's no what? But yeah.
Yep, the characters are all going to become dysfunctional because they've got.
Miss Marvel ends up becoming like a stripper and in like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Like,
why Saudi Arabia?
Dancing and you take
I don't know because it's weird because it's Saudi Arabia. And she's Muslim, remember?
No, I have a feeling that's probably highly illegal there.
Well, they highly illegal out in public places, but not somewhere else where the people don't follow the rules.
Usually, take off your scarf. Take off your scarf. No, I don't think so. I'd be like, nobody's gonna risk getting beheaded for that.
Yeah.
Actually, I heard that in Iran. Like, I think it was like this guy named Steve Rick. He has a show called Steve Rick's Europe. I believe that's his name. But like, he actually did an episode where he went to Iran, which, you know, for those who passed geography class, is not in Europe. He did anyway. But like one of the things he said was like, you can basically have anything delivered to your house. It doesn't matter how sexual or whatever forbidden it is. Just as long as it's not out in the open, as long as it's in your home, away from the public eyes, you basically have anything delivered to your house.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that includes prostitutes.
That's, I suppose, if you can wrap them in a plain brown wrapper. But,
a plain brown burqa.
There you go. Everything has to be delivered so that nobody can see what it is, right? So they put them in a big box.
Oh, it just makes it.
I could just see she's in there going, Shh, shh.
A big birthday cake.
Don't make any noise! We're passing the religious police right now! What are you delivering? Owls.
Did you post a link to this hangout in the chat?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
That was because I asked.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Like, nobody's here anyway, so it's just.
We have 2 people watching.
Yeah.
I think that's us.
That's us.
Oh, now we only have 1 person watching.
Yeah, it keeps fluctuating for some reason.
Well,
it's
it always
going from like 0 to 1, but now it's going from like 1 to 2. That's 100% increase.
Yay! Yeah, it's always like kind of frustrating when you have a small amount of viewers because it's like, why am I doing this? And they're like, oh, because it's fun.
Technically, you can't call it a percent if you're going from 0 to something.
Well, we did go from 1 to 2.
Yeah, that's 100% increase. That's some serious inflation. We might have problems.
I used to work at this company called Securitas.
Oh, yeah.
You've heard of them?
I have. Oh, go on though.
Well, anyway, like one time I went to the site and like I showed up like 10 minutes early, and like the girl who I'm relieving, she's like, "All right, thanks for showing up," and then she just takes off. I'm like, she owes me like 50 cents for like me being there for 10 minutes, you know?
Oh my gosh.
How much longer are we going to be going?
I don't know, but if you want to leave, that's fine.
Well, I don't necessarily want to leave, but I
You don't
think I
wanna
have
miss
to go have dinner somewhere at some point, so I just wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
So when to plan for it?
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
I didn't really plan on when to end it. Like it might end at like 5:30 because the Drunken Pets has come on.
Hmm.
There is to be no eating today.
5:30 Pacific.
You shall not dine.
I one time made a meme of that, of Gandalf, and it was, "You shall not pass high school."
What?
And there's something else about it where it's like, because the teachers don't want to teach you because you're too hard to teach or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was just me dealing with my emotional issues.
So since this is the Jin Chechnya's album release or whatever, do you guys have any more questions for me?
I didn't know we had to have questions for you.
You didn't have to.
You must ask questions.
But if you have
Sorry,
any
I haven't been paying attention at all.
We have ways of making you question the musician.
Do you play polka music?
No, I do not. I play metal. Oh, that might be the new that might be the new thing in like 2020. Polka metal might be like what tops the charts.
Well, metal's touched everything else.
What'd it say?
So metal's touched everything else, even country.
Yeah, I think like Primus, they do a lot of like mixture between like rock, metal, and country.
And there's a lot of heavy metal rap out there.
Unfortunately,
I don't know. It depends on the group that does it. It can be horrible, but it can be really good too.
Yeah, like a lot of the new metal bands. That's like new metal's basically like a mixture between like rap and metal. At least that's the idea. And like it was like bands like Korn, Limp Bizkit, and I think Slipknot gets lumped in with them sometimes.
Yeah.
But that was like in the 90s. That's when like metal went through the dark ages.
I don't know. Some of it's pretty dark now. I mean, I
don't mean like dark as in like morbid. I mean dark as in like the music wasn't that good.
Well, yeah, there was that. There was a while where it was pretty dry.
Yeah. Oh, well, they're like nowadays that we have the internet, so I don't have to like listen to the radio or watch MTV or whatever just to find music. I can just go onto YouTube and find random stuff. That's how I found bands like Sanctuary and Seraph Ungol and what else? Manila Road. Manila Road is really good.
So who would you say is your favorite?
My favorite is Megadeth. I remember I heard about them back when I was in high school. Like a friend of mine, like I asked to borrow some music CDs from a friend of mine who was he was like really into like heavy metal, so I was borrowing a lot of stuff from him. And he lent me Metallica's Saint Anger and Megadeth's Rust in Peace Polaris.
Okay.
Yeah, like my family went on this trip to Monterey, and like the whole time I was listening to Saint Anger, which I don't know if anybody heard of that album or knows much about Metallica, but like a lot of the fans did not like Saint Anger. It was like basically one of the problems with Saint Anger is that they didn't do any guitar solos. They just made a rule that all right, this album no guitar solos. But anyway.
Yeah, I suppose that probably would irritate people. I know a lot of people. That's a big part of why they listen. Yeah. But I don't know. As far as Metallica is concerned, the one song of theirs that I like some of their music. The one song of theirs that I really really like is No Leaf Clover, and it's probably not because of the guitar. It's just the whole combination of sounds is great in that song. And it's one of those songs that like picks you up and carries you along, and you don't just listen to it. But I guess music affects me that way a lot.
Music makes me cry sometimes when I like it.
Yeah, yeah. What's really funny is I'm not an incredibly religious person. Like, I might be somewhat spiritual, but I really can't be called a religious person per se. But Ave Maria does that to me, if it's sung particularly well. It
Yeah.
has nothing to do with the music, or the theme of the music. It has nothing to do with the lyrics, the words. It's just the sound of the song.
All
There's
right.
this one track from what is it called? Kick-Ass, where it's like a track, a music track from towards the end of the movie when he's flying back home in with his jetpack, and there's this little section of music, and it makes me cry because it's so awesome and beautiful and epic.
Yeah.
I love it.
Uh, so anyway, on the way back from Monterey,
Mhm.
I got tired of listening to Saint Anger, so I put in Rust in Peace Polaris, and like that's what really got me into heavy metal because like I started paying attention more to the lyrics of the songs. And I realized that this music has meaning, and they're talking about something that like I find interesting. They're not talking about, oh well, I fell in love with this girl, or like I'm having a nice day or whatever. I think it's funny. It's like this is one song I actually do like the song, to be fair, but like the subject matter is just so bland. It's oh, what's the name of it? Oh, I think it's called like Tom's Diner or something.
I don't actually know that one.
Tom's Diner. Is it Tom's Diner?
Let me think here.
Well, let me YouTube real quick.
Okay.
But anyway, like the song is like what they're singing about is just really bland, and so that's one of the reasons why it got me into like heavy metal because they talk about a lot of different things. They also talk about things I find really interesting. They talk about war, sci-fi, fantasy, stuff like that.
I think
Yeah, it is Tom's Diner by Suzanne Vega. It's like
okay.
It's just like a really bland. The subject matter is really bland. It's just a woman talking about her day.
That's actually something that has sort of rotted pop music too, and especially in the 90s. That it like killed pop music in the 90s. That making songs about mundane things that you just like, why would you sing about that? And I think like the first time somebody did it, they thought it was really clever, and then everybody was like, "Oh, that's clever. Well, then I'll do it too." It's kind of clever when you're the first person who does it, but after that, it's just stupid.
I guess Otter's back.
I just listened to that one musical track that I was talking about, and it made me cry again.
One of the saddest songs I ever heard was "Hope Rides Alone" by what's that band called? Hold on.
I posted a link to the song that I was talking about in a group chat.
Oh, it's called the song's called "Hope Rides Alone" by Proto Man.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's like a really sad song.
Well, I'll just cry when something sounds like awesome. So it doesn't have to be sad to make me cry.
Yeah.
By the way, Hannah, since you're the only one here who actually heard me play, how did it sound on your end?
Oh, it came through really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, actually the sound quality was good.
Thank you. Yeah, I took audio recording classes at Modesto Junior College, and I think that kind of helped me with like the mic placement and whatnot.
Oh yeah, and definitely it was balanced. Like there wasn't anything that was quieter than anything else. Like I've heard on a lot of YouTube videos and everything, and there wasn't anything overpowering the rest of the music either. So I mean that was really good.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of music where like they either bury the bass or sometimes like the bass and guitar they kind of like merge together to just be like a really heavy guitar sound.
Yeah, well, and I hear a lot of stuff that like people do in something like GarageBand or some other software, and then they put it up on YouTube, and what it sounds like on on their computer at home versus what it sounds like coming through the headphones and everything is entirely different, and you can tell because the bass overpowers everything.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't check their videos after they put them up when they make music.
Yeah, I'm planning on trying to get like other people to. I'm planning on doing this like once a month.
Okay.
I want to get like other people to also like play with me, like have like an opener or whatever. I'll open up the show and then have other people play after me. Yeah.
Yeah, you get somebody that you could get somebody that like the specific type of metal that you play. I'm used to hearing a lot of those songs have I don't know what the type of vocalist. I would call it a growler. It's not something that I'm really into. It's that particular type of metal, but I'm used to, like, when I do run across it, when I do hear it, there's usually somebody whose voice is really deep and rough, and then it's sort of I don't know, it kind of adds something. I mean, it sort of goes back and forth between that and high voice, like Green Jelly does. That'd be kind of a neat thing to hear combined with what you're doing.
You could talk to Darkstar at dark_star_ENT. He has a deep voice, and he also plays guitar, but he doesn't have a good setup with to be able to record it really well. Also, his something's going on with his mic where it's picking up electrical interference recently in beta. You could try talking to him and see what he thinks.
Yeah, that's
actually really good to hear you guys together.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about talking to Darkstar and what's his face, Dr. Random Cam. I mean, granted, Random Cam's kind of well known, at least far more well known than me. So I'm not quite sure if I send him a tweet whether he didn't even like respond to it or anything.
I'm sure he'd respond to it. You know, you at least get to talk to him.
But he is pretty busy. It seems like from. Yeah, I mean, he's a postal worker, so.
Yeah, but he wouldn't just not respond to you.
Yeah,
He'd at least be able to tell you what was going on, whether or not he could, whether or not he has the time, whether or not he's in a position to do anything.
Yeah, like what I posted in the chat is a band called Faceless, and they do like the thing we were talking about, how they have like death metal growls, and they also have clean vocals.
Yeah.
And this is like a particular song I like by them.
I figured out finally if the reason it wasn't playing was because I still had YouTube silenced. Well, because, I had the Hangout open and I didn't want to hear the echoing.
Yeah. I was going to say something.
Was it about My Little Pony?
No, I invite a lot of people. Well, not really a lot of people, but I invite people to actually be on the stream. It was like, let's see if I saw the list of it. Yeah, I invited Allison Tiemann, Rachel Edwards, Sargon with Cod, and Shoeonhead. And also,
they're not gonna.
Well, I can tell you, I know they do some sort of Rand Zerker thing on Friday nights that I haven't been participating in because I've been working second shifts. This is like. This is like the first or second week I haven't had a second shift. But they've been doing.
I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about the last two that you mentioned.
Yeah, they're
Ricard and Shoeonhead.
Yeah, yeah. We won't get into that.
What?
They're kind of just off doing their own thing and don't seem to really care about.
Well, I mean, they're both really popular. So, like, if I send them a tweet, I'm not surprised if like they don't respond because they're probably receiving like a crap ton of tweets.
Well, that's one thing I know. I don't know what Sargon gets, but I know that Shoeonhead gets all kinds of invites. Like, there's no way that she could take them. I'm sure he does too. There's no way they could take up everybody. They'd have to turn some people down.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all the people I invited to be on the show and didn't show up, they're dead to me.
Yeah, these proto-men sound pretty cool.
Yeah. They basically write songs about the Mega Man stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
What was I gonna say?
Yeah.
Oh, I just said what I was gonna say in group chat. Yeah, it doesn't need to be repeated. But anyways, I don't know. I just yeah, stuff about things and people's.
Yeah.
Otter said underwear has elastic in it.
Oh, damn it!
Now I told everybody. Ha ha ha.
Now I'm ruined.
We're all aware of your evil plan. He's secretly an underpants gnome. He just doesn't want you guys to know.
Now no one will buy my underwear brand.
Oh, wow, Dark CT showed up.
You mean in the?
Oh, he's in the chat. He's not.
Oh, I was gonna say because I don't see anybody else on here.
Is he like John Cena, where you cannot see him?
Yeah.
Hey, Dark, if you can still hear us, like, go ahead and click on the link and you can get inside the stream. You can get inside the Matrix.
Well, can you see the link though?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, let's see if I can. Oh no, that would not be it. Actually, I don't even know if he's still there.
I don't know. It says there's only 2 people watching again, so.
I'm not watching though.
Nobody loves us.
Dark, you still there? There's probably some type of delay, but Dark, can you hear us?
That's one of the bad jokes at my family's home when I was growing up. Like, I don't love you anymore. Of course, I don't love you any less either. So you can call it even.
Wow.
Like we're pretty good at jabbing each other with humor. You start to say something, and it sounds like you're going to say something really bad, and then you turn it into something silly.
You know, I should have done whatever I could to get Milan Yiannopoulos on this show.
Now that's a challenge. Yeah. I think he's probably out of everybody. He's probably the busiest.
Also, he only wants to go on places where he'll have a guaranteed large audience.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for that, but yeah.
Yeah, if I got Milo on the stream, the honey badgers and all the other girls would come running.
Which is hilarious because he's not gonna be interested. And like among the honey badgers, half of us are married, so.
Well, Karen does kind of look like a man sometimes.
At least that's what the feminists say.
If you turn her over.
There you go.
That video was so funny, and I can't. You could have actually, somebody you might have been able to get would be Libertarian Blue, Alum Bakari. He's
yeah. He actually interviewed us. He was really nice. He actually interviewed us after the Calgary thing, and he like talked to all of us, and he was really nice. I
need to get him to do the late Otter Show interview where I interview him in my Otter voice.
Hey, can I be on the late Otter Show? I mean,
you just have to find the form thing, the Google form, and just fill it out so that I know what times you'd be available, so I can continue to go by the seat of my pants and do it, but have some sort of like ability to know when it's possible.
The really bad thing is that when you interview me on that show, it's going to be all like, you're going to do the otter voice, and then I'm going to giggle, and you're going to be like, well, did you have something to say? And you're going to do it in the otter voice, and then I'm going to giggle again because I can't help it.
Hannah, just stop alienating people, okay?
That's so cute.
Stop alienating people, just be a good girl.
It is. I love that voice.
I love it, too. I actually re-listened to the one I did with Darkstar the other night. Like, I listened to it over like a couple times because I'm just like, I love just hearing it. It's so cute. How am I doing this?
It is totally entertaining.
Yeah.
We actually have some pretty entertaining people in the group. But that's cool. But I would have a hard time like actually saying anything that makes any sense.
Hey, you should hire someone to write jokes for you, so you can do your own stand-up special, right? You can do stand up right before the show starts, like all the other.
Well, that's I
great
kind
shows.
of joked about that at the beginning of that last one. And then I was like, I'm going to fire my writers, and but I could actually try to do that and not necessarily have anything prepared, but just try to tell the jokes. Because no matter what, it's still going to sound cute.
And every time you use the voice, I actually picture the little stuffed otter in my head if I'm not seeing it. So if it's not on the screen, I'm still picturing it. That's the funny thing.
That's good, because like when I originally was going to have that desk, which was that big cardboard box with the name of the show on it.
Yeah.
I was going to have that be a thing, but then I realized how difficult it would be to continue doing the voice and focus while trying to move it and make sure you can't see my arm or my head or anything in the shot. So it's just like, yeah, just at the beginning for a little short bit, and then the rest of it will be no image. Because it would just be way too hard. Especially, like, doing that for half an hour, at some point I was like, am I still doing the voice, or... I don't know, so... Yeah.
Do you need someone to make the theme song for you?
Actually, somebody in the Hug Patrol, he uses like a honey badger minion. He plays like I think a tuba.
That's awesome.
He was like, "Oh, I can do a theme for you," but he won't be able to do it for a little while. But
That's gonna be so perfect.
But
Actually,
maybe
the first thing I thought of. Hello.
Greetings.
How's it going, Dark CT?
Well, the night is coming, and that's my best time, so pretty well.
Wait, say that again?
The night has rolled in, and it's my best time, so very well, actually.
Are you
Alright,
Batman?
Oh, that's cool.
My Batman. Oh, no. I'm an enemy of him. Don't worry about that.
Why would Batman be your enemy? Like, are you a bad guy? Are you Joker?
I'm not the Joker.
Are you Clayface?
I'm not anything from Batman, I assure you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Are you Wonder Woman?
Let me check. No.
You're B-Drum, right?
Yes.
Alright, just making sure. For some reason, your voice sounds darker.
It's the image. The image just makes everything darker.
I think there was some sort of racial undertone to that. Like, your voice sounds darker. I think you mean... I thought... I don't know what I was going to say.
Sounds
No,
like
that was good. That was good.
I have alienated him. He sounds like an alien.
Nah, it's fine. It's perfect.
Or like Optimus Deadpool, where it's like everyone thinks he's black because of his voice, but really he's just Southern. I don't even know how that works.
That's funny.
And then one time he's like, "Oh, I have like a wife and kids," and I was like, "Really?" He's like, "No." And I was like, "Okay." That has nothing to do with what I just said, but yeah, it was funny because he lied and then admitted to it really quick.
That is funny though.
But there's now a mythology. He's black. He has a wife and kids, and he had these funny names for the kids. I think they were like 2 girls. And yeah, it's this weird mythology.
Indeed.
He's also a robot. Deadpool.
A robot?
Yeah, the Optimus Deadpool.
So he's a southern black robot with a wife and kids.
And who breaks the fourth wall.
Sounds about right.
And he posts pictures of John Cena.
Oh,
Breaking the fourth
no.
wall.
No.
But I can never see them.
Dang it, why does John Cena appear everywhere I go? I was
Stalking
destroying
you.
him.
He's not that great.
Yeah, he's really not.
But
I actually
Batista is
watch
better
wrestling.
because he's a good actor.
I actually watch wrestling. No, I don't like Cena. Mm-mm.
You watch wrestling and you don't like Cena? Well, maybe it's because you can't see him. Ah. That joke's always going to be funny no matter how
Make him unseen that?
Look, there's more wrestling than the WWE, and that's my whole problem. When people think wrestling, they only really think that, at least around here. I like wrestling from other territories. I like wrestling that's more underground. There's a lot of people out there doing that art, and when people think of wrestling, they go, "Oh, it's John Cena!" I'm like,
No.
no. It's like I just got through looking at smaller wrestling groups. I just got through getting internationally abreast of like Japan and Mexico's groups. There's a lot out there to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hannah, you should become a wrestler.
There we go. I tried it once, but my opponent was really unhygienic.
Oh,
Basically,
dear.
though, like I want to make a point.
Was your opponent unbearable?
Yes. My opponent was unbearable.
It's, okay,
you
like,
wouldn't wanna-
people say
It was a
wrestling.
grizzly experience.
Oh, well, actually, it was a black bear.
Well, that's when you wouldn't want to put in a rest lock.
Okay, I want to quickly say this thing that I was trying to look up a name for, so I could actually like make sense of it. So it's like okay, when people say wrestling and they think of just WWE, it's like when people say soap operas and then they just automatically think of Susan Lucci. That was funny, not really. I think
It's comprehending what Susan Lucci is. Hold up.
she's a soap opera actress.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm saying is the WWE and professional wrestling are soap operas.
There
Well,
you
yes,
go.
they are.
Yeah,
That's actually
that's
true.
accurate.
They're
It's
not really
soap operas
real,
with
they're just acting.
physicality. Yeah,
Huh.
soap operas with physicality. Some take it more seriously than others. Like NJPW, New Japan Pro, takes it a little bit more realistic, but then again, they also give the people more time to rest. WWE does it a little bit more workhorsey, but they do it more on storylines, which is fun. It's more soap opera based. Then you got just the really cool out there stuff like Chikara or Lucha Underground, where you've got these larger than life characters who occasionally do something more brutal, but depending on the company, like in the case of Chikara, they're just kind of like more comic booky. There's all kinds of stuff out there if you just know where
And
to
then
look.
there's the wrestlers who end up in the Olympics.
Yep.
And it's also boring.
People who are fans of that wrestling will tell you that's real wrestling and all of the other wrestling is not.
Well,
Pretty
that's
much.
true
Still
though,
real to me, damn it.
because it's so boring and it's so like they actually have a structure to it.
Yeah.
Like WWE and all that kind of wrestling, there's really no structure. All that's really there is, well, the person has to win or whatever, and there's the storylines they have. That's the structure. So with actual wrestling, it's like, okay, get down and then put your arm around him. Okay, then we can start. It's like, this is really weird. Why aren't they just naked? It'd be more interesting. It honestly would. No matter what your sexual inclinations are, it would be more interesting if that wrestling, they're always naked. I mean, come on.
Well, in the original Olympics, they were.
Well, yeah, that's what I was hinting at, Hannah. Stop alienating people.
It's too late.
But yeah, like when it comes to the wrestling in pretty much every normal wrestling federation that I'm familiar with, the way they generally do it is, if you've ever watched wrestling, you'll notice that every once in a while they like put them in things, they put them in headlocks, or they start off by kind of a show of strength. What they're actually doing is kind of figuring out what they're going to do in the immediate future for the actual match, and that's kind of where they go with it. Yeah, usually it's already decided who's going to win. Yeah, but at the same time, they actually are kind of improving elements of it on the spot. So it's
Well, yeah,
kind
I'm
of
not
interesting.
saying it's all planned, but it's still, but the improv is based on plans of how it works with wrestling. Like there's a different things like where you throw them against the ropes or whatever, and then there's how the whole stage is like made so that they can bounce on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They
So they can tell
have
the
all
impacts.
those regular routines that they can do, and so they have that. So it is planned, but there's spontaneity to it, just like soap operas where somebody's drunk and then they do funny things. I don't know. But
Yeah,
soap
yeah.
operas are like filmed like they don't take a whole lot of time. It's like, okay, let's get this shot because we're having a new episode every day.
Yeah, it is planned, but there's still the potential for getting hurt and everything too.
A lot of injuries. I've seen way too many. I even saw this year there's actually a death in one of the rings I was keeping an eye on. So, ooh.
Somebody actually died.
Yes.
That's awful.
Yes, he did. I can't remember the exact name, so I really apologize to that. But Pedro de Aguayo Jr., I believe, actually died due to a situation in the ring a little while ago. Well, it was not a little while. It was It was well towards the beginning of the year, but he was a big friend to a lot of the people in Mexico where he worked, so it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, he was a bad guy in story, but everyone loved him, And
Wait,
that's the thing, as the
Is he a heel,
person.
or is that something else? What's a heel? I can't remember.
Oh, okay. Heel would be the bad guy, the one that's usually the evil person, the dick. You know.
So
He
I was
played-
right.
He played as one of those, but in all honesty, everyone knows that it's just because it's the story and everyone knows that much. It's a factor that they still miss him. And my personal favorite wrestler right now, Pentagon Jr., actually has been wearing the man's colors, has been wearing been wearing elements of the man's iconography ever since as a way of respecting him. So it's a big thing, or at least it was a big thing.
But he actually died in front of people on stage.
Yes, he did, or at least he was put in a position in where he was dying. I don't remember all the details, but it looked like he took really bad blows from in a tag match or something of that description he was in, and he slumped against the middle and bottom rope, under the bottom rope and the middle rope. Like right there, like his neck was on that rope, and before anyone realized what was really going on, he was too far gone.
Mm.
It was a really bad situation. I don't know exactly all the details since then. That right there just kind of shook me because I remember that one of my favorite managers, a guy by the name of Conan, was wandering around outside, outside of the ring during the match, and he saw Aguayo was kind of like just on that rope, and he tried to get him to wake up, but yeah,
That is horrible.
it was bad, very. But I think now they've done some things because of what happened, that they've improved the health care for those people that work in the business like that down there. I don't really know all the details. I wish I had more prepared for that, but.
So there's basically been some reform to sort of help prevent that from happening again, or to help protect them.
I believe so. Whenever people actually do get injured in wrestling, depending on how much how capable the actual local area people are for helping with them, they get wheeled off real quick if necessary. I've heard of a lot of injuries. WWE had like 9 people were on the injury racket for something as minor as a busted foot to something as major as needing surgery right the balls now in the last year. These people do break themselves for the art, and you have to respect that much. So people don't respect wrestling, and I have to respect the performing of these people and their work because they know the risks. They've trained hard for it, But sometimes things just go wrong. That's life.
They're professional stuntmen who also act and are athletic, and they practice an athletic skill.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the wrestling moves are not traditional wrestling. A lot of the pro wrestling moves are not, but they still incorporate a lot of the traditional moves into it as well. And they kind of have to know something about that. They're very acrobatic. So their profession is actually a great deal more complicated than most other entertainers.
Yep, it's true.
On a lighter note, I think they should bring back Hulk Hogan. All right, that's how they do. All right, they should sneak him in. He'll be like the hooded wrestler. Right, he got like a white hood, and when other people are fighting, he'll just sneak into the ring and beat people up and then run off. And you'll know that he's coming out because on the screen they'll show a picture of a burning cross.
Okay, hold on. Number one, as much as I like the idea, I have to tell you right now, his knees are shot to shit. There's no way in hell he'll be able to wrestle properly. He walks to the ring now. He does not run anywhere. Number two, because of that, at least I'll have to figure out a new wrestling move for him because he can no longer do the leg drop. Like I said, knees are shot.
Probably from doing the leg drop.
Yup.
Well, what if he just pulled out like a gun and shot people?
There we go.
That's kind of in the realm of wrestling.
Not wrestling.
It kind of is because
what did you say he would do?
take a gun out and shoot people.
That's called the Indiana Jones.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. Well, they couldn't do that anyway. PG, remember?
Well, it's not a real gun.
No, but
It's just like a toy gun. He pulls it out and shoots them, and they fall over. It'd be just as real as normal.
that's pretty
Talking
good.
about that one wrestler who died, and then you're like, well, when sometimes things just happen. It made me think of this. this is like completely off topic, but I'm just gonna say it right now because
Well, I arrived at made everything off topic anyway, so go ahead.
Okay, there was this one camera woman who ended up getting hit and killed by a train.
Ow.
They were filming the movie Midnight Rider, which is based off of somebody's life, and there's a woman who got killed because of a thing that ended up like a prop or something that ended up knocking her in front of a train, and they were technically not supposed to be filming. But it's just so weird that stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
There's this whole thing in Hollywood where they're like, yeah, we need to start not being stupid. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
good
gonna
luck
hold
with
my
that.
breath until they do that.
Good luck with that.
Well, they actually do make changes sometimes. But when it's smaller films, what are they going to do? It's like, it's an
Yeah.
indie film.
Or like Jackie Chan, whenever he does, we shoot films in like foreign countries, like their safety standards like different. Sometimes they're more lax, and so like
Yeah.
it's more dangerous for him to film those kind of movies.
And there's that one Thai guy. The movies he does are like with what he does. It's really dangerous what he's doing, but he's so good at it he can handle it. I think or something. I don't know. I've never watched any of them. But
I had
watch
Jackie
it.
Chan's like broken bones during his filming. He's had some pretty serious injuries actually during filming.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is that Thai act? I think he was in Ong Bak or something. I don't know.
You know,
Anyways.
next time I do this, I'm going to invite TJ. That way, I can put him in his place about how he feels about Slayer.
Okay.
He said Slayer was worse than what are those guys? Insane Clown Posse.
What's wrong with Insane
Slayer,
Clown Posse?
Well,
Everything.
it's not good for the
Everything
children.
is wrong with him.
I like Insane Clown Posse.
I like the name, but I don't like them.
What?
I was gonna sit on a sideline with some popcorn. Anyone want some?
Well, like, what other fans call like
Juggalos.
yeah, Juggalos. Like,
Oh.
the first
I
time
don't think I qualify as a Juggalo, but I do like the band.
I met one other person who was a Juggalo. He
Okay.
was like a manager at Burger King.
Yeah. You can catch me doing that.
He's
That's
living the dream, man.
High stress
Managing
job
a
right
Burger
there.
King. Wait, Burger King? How is that a high stress job?
Being a manager there, oh yeah, like the people
would
that
think-
you have to wrangle. Being a fast food manager, like you'd have a heart attack doing that job as a career if you weren't prepared to handle the level of dumb shittery that you would have to deal with on a daily basis. Oh
Yeah,
my
in
god.
theory. But
Oh,
like,
geez.
if it was more like something like In and Out, where basically they were making the food like right on the spot, because Burger King is like they'll make the food and not as busy. But with something like In and Out, I don't understand how anyone could work there, except they pay so high. At least the one here in Oregon.
No, like in fast food, you get like in the workers, you get your usual everyday average people that just come in and do their jobs and everything, but you also get people who are in fast food because there's just something enough wrong with their head or their work ethic or whatever about them. They can't get a job anywhere else.
Like the people who will like lick the buns and then put them down their pants.
Or the person who like somebody complains about the food and they come around and invite them into the back parking lot to duke it out over it.
Or to have sex.
Those people need to be like people who do like weird stuff to food. Like they need to be fired and then shot.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but you can't fire them before they do it.
Yeah, I know, but after they do it, you just take them out and shoot them.
Do we need like some sort of minority report thing for like the fast food industry where you see when they're doing it first and then you come and arrest them?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that'd be good. Precogs in Burger King.
Yeah, the Burger King I worked at, they had like cameras in the kitchen, so they can watch everything you're doing.
But then you
yeah,
have lawyers who want people to see them doing it.
Well, the bad thing is nobody really wants to watch those cameras,
Yeah.
I heard that
especially if you've eaten there.
I heard that the only thing those cameras are used for is to get people in trouble. Like they don't watch those and say like, oh, this employee's doing really good. Let's give him like a promotion or whatever. It's just they just wait for somebody to do something wrong, then that's when they check the cameras.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and it's the same way in a lot of retail places. Like, if they suspect you of stealing, that's the only time they ever look at the cameras. So, or if somebody complains that somebody did something, then they look at the camera.
Or if they're looking for the sexy bits.
Yeah, if the cameras are in a position to get the sexy bits, either the uniform has a problem or the person who positioned the cameras has a problem. It's like, cameras are supposed to be on the ceiling.
But speaking of Burger King, I ended up typing into Google search, gross fast food employees.
Oh, God.
And there's an article on the Business Insider where this is the title of the article. Fast food employees keep posting gross photos online.
Did you ever see the one with the chick bathing in the tri-section sink?
No, but there's this.
Oh my God.
Okay, there's a picture of a guy standing on lettuce.
Yeah. This was like
takes bath.
Yeah.
In Burger King sink.
Yeah. No, and you notice that it's a sink with 3 sections. That's the sink the dishes get washed in, because you have to have a section for the soapy water, you have to have a section for the rinse water, and there has to be a section with sanitizer water.
Why would they hire this guy? His hair is just gross.
Fast food places don't really have a lot to choose
and
from.
What was he thinking? It's like, oh yeah, I really need a bath.
You mean there's more than... It's not a blonde chick?
This is a guy. This is a man.
Oh my God, there's more than one.
Hair.
Because there is one... She was like... This teenage blonde chick.
Uh-huh.
And in the sink.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if one person did it and other people
armpits. Did it. Yeah. The soapy water covered all of her naughty bits, but that she was in the sink.
Click on the link I posted in the group chat and just look at this. There's like a photo of a guy peeing on a plate of nachos.
I don't want to look at that.
I don't think he served it. Well, I would.
Yeah, you don't know though, do ya?
Wait, well, it wouldn't really taste it.
You know what's really disturbing about the guy standing on the lettuce?
What?
It's not collapsing under his weight.
That is kind of weird. Maybe it's just so full of lettuce.
Yeah, it might be.
There's a picture of that guy who licked the tacos.
Yeah.
I think there was a thing about how those tacos were actually getting thrown out.
Yeah, like fast food restaurants do throw out a lot of stuff. Like,
well, yeah, most food places do.
Yeah, when I worked at Burger King, like they have like Burger King has their own like rip off of the Big Mac, so they have that middle bun. So what they used to do, like they didn't do this anymore, but what they used to do is they buy like the entire bun, you know, where it had like the top, the bottom, the middle. And so for whatever reason, they would just take the middle bun and just throw off the rest.
Okay. I used to work at a McDonald's. I only worked there for about a month. I worked there while I was looking for another job.
That's the best time to work at fast food when you're working for another job.
When you're looking for another job.
Or when you want to steal a job away from a stupid teenager.
Okay, it was KFC.
It's not a job worth stealing.
I know, but if you just want to just say like, fuck you to all teenagers, you just get a job at McDonald's and take it away from them.
Yeah, this was like, I was fairly young actually. But oh, here's another. There's a video. This is so sick. Oh my God. But in any case, yeah, when I was working at McDonald's, like, it was in between the first and second edition of the Thai Beanie Babies that were sold at McDonald's and as part of Happy Meals.
I love those.
They had advertised that the second wave of Beanie Babies was going to come out. They had said the date when it was going to come out, and it was not that date yet. And it was posted all over the place, you know, all over the McDonald's and everything. This is when it's going to be available. It is not available yet. And we had little old ladies come in, like little grandmas, you know, that looked all polite and should be feeding their cat, Mr. Fuzzy Butt, at home, come into our store and drop F-bombs all over the place because we didn't have Beanie Babies yet.
Yeah.
Like, there were kids asking their mom, you know, Mommy, what's it going downstairs? You know, because before...
Oh my gosh.
What that lady call her? And the manager there was like, having to tell little old ladies, you get out of here. Little old ladies. Like people's grandmas that are
I remember you telling me this story one time.
And I was just like, how? This is why I said, you really have to be tough to be a fast food manager because you're trapped between employees that are like you have some good employees that feel underappreciated because they're having to pick up for the slackers. And then you're always stuck with at least one person in your store who is just the absolute worst caliber of employee you can possibly get. And it's hard to fire people in the United States because, like, almost every person you run across is part of some group of people that they can sue you just for firing them, even if they're shit employee. And so that you have to catch them doing things they're not supposed to do, or you have to write them up at least 3 or 4 times before you get rid of them, whatever. And and then you have people that come in that are just like the most unreasonable. Well, just because it's not supposed to be out for 3 months yet doesn't mean you can't give me one. Well, yes, actually, they're not even manufactured yet. They don't exist.
Are you kidding me? People who don't understand economics for Jack. Okay.
Pull one out of your ass right now.
Well,
last I checked, I'm not David Copperfield, so no thank you.
What they were more worried about was, like, if I can get these as soon as possible, I can sell them for tons of money.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I don't think anyone wanted them because they loved them so much.
Well, and the stupid thing was that is the wave of Beanie Babies that made most of the Beanie Babies drop in value so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I blame that one. I've got a crap ton of Beanie Babies still in the house.
What's funny, though, you can sell them to people who like cute little things for just regular price, and then you suddenly have all this money that you wasted a long time ago back.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually get back my money on random crap I've bought and I'm never gonna use. That'd be nice.
And that's what happened with comic books. I forgot what year it was. It might have been like in the 80s or whatever when people were buying comic books because they thought that
the great comic book crash.
Yeah,
they're gonna be worth money.
They thought they're gonna be worth something in the future. So they're like, all right, I'll buy 7 of these, and then like.
And then all the places started releasing like 3D covers and like shiny foils and look, this is the same cover, but it's like has the word
holographic
on it or something.
Yeah.
It got really weird. It's like, oh, and here's a special comic that swears at you.
Oh, and all that for zogging young bloods. Keep that in mind. All of that for young blood. Yeah, like we want young blood #1.
Nobody wanted young blood. That was garbage trash.
Well, and that you cannot predict what people are gonna decide 10, 15, 20 years from now is valuable. That's the thing.
No.
Like people buy a bunch of the same thing in anticipation of it being worth something in the distant future, and they're just going to be stuck with a shitload of crap later on.
That's why you always buy gold.
What gets me about the whole thing is that it always seems like whatever is popular ends up boomeranging back in a while, and that's the funny thing. Like, I had a moment of realization because this year it's like it's 2015. Where are my hoverboards and self-lacing shoes? I don't know, but bell bottoms are back in style. What?
Oh my gosh! I was at the store. There was this 12-year-old shopping with her mom. This was a few years ago, and I'm just looking at stuff. And this mom is like going nuts, arguing with her daughter over what she can or can't get, just the way moms have to do with 12-year-old girls. And she's demanding this one pair of pants that's like over expensive, and she only wants it because the legs flare out. And I look at the mom and I was like, would you ever have imagined back in the 80s when we were actually folding our pegged jeans to make them more pegged, that bell bottoms would come back into style? And this kid looks over at me and lightning shoots out of her eyes and smoke comes out of her ears and her head jacks back and forth, and she's like, they are not bell bottoms, they are flares. The thing that really pissed her off though was I think how hard her mom and I laughed at her for saying that. But it's like, oh yeah, everything old is new again, we just call it something different, just
including racism.
Unfortunately.
That's what I noticed about people like giving things new names, and like the thing about I'm going to talk about twerking because Oh, hold on. I need to turn off my. I'll be right back. Hold up. Hold up. Wait, I'm hearing the echo for some reason. But anyway, twerking. Well, no, it's me. The other people were saying that that's part of like the black community or whatever. I'm like, no, it's
What?
not. It's just
No, it's
no.
not.
They just give it a new name. It's just shaking your butt. People have been shaking their butts ever since they had a butt to shake.
Yeah, exactly. Booty, booty, booty.
It just they gave it a different name. Yeah.
Yes.
Good grief. And like I tried to figure out what the hell it was for quite a long time. Tried looking it up and everything. Like the different videos on it and everything are all different, and it took me forever to figure out that there wasn't a particular style of butt shaking that it was referring to. It was just the act of shaking your butt. But some of those videos were pretty acrobatic.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess if you're doing a dance move that consists of nothing but shaking your butt, you have to come up with increasingly creative manners in which to do it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Shake
just going
that
to put my feet up on the wall and shake it this way.
Some people should get a bachelor's degree in booty shaking.
There we go.
There probably already is one.
Hip hop dancing? You get a master's degree in that, or is it something you just do for fun?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that.
There we go. That's a new title that needs to be created for people. What do you do for a living? I'm a booty master.
I'll take Lord of the Streams, okay? That works better.
Lord of the Thong. And
Ah! I'll pass on that.
I wonder if I like talk enough crap about TJ that he'll invite me on the stream to defend my point of view about how much TJ is garbage. You hear me, TJ? I know you're listening. Garbage. Slayer is better than you will ever be. Than you ever hope to be. No, they're the real.
I'm just sitting here thinking Demetori is superior to both of you.
Slayer, they're more amazing atheists than you'll ever be.
Oh, I see where this is going.
It just doesn't work if he's not here to defend himself.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Kinda.
Either he'll come over my stream or I'll go to his stream. One of the two.
One day.
Don't cross the streams. Didn't you watch Ghostbusters?
Yeah, seriously, as the Lord of the Streams, I have to tell you that stream crossing is a bad idea!
It's not a documentary. Calm down.
Of course, if the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man attacks, then all rules are suspended. You can cross anything you want.
I love this month. This is my favorite month of the year.
Yeah.
I can just feel the energy stirring in the night on these months. Mm.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Halloween. It's just like a placeholder until Christmas shows up.
Yeah, don't get me started on my hatred of Christmas. Namely, because it overtakes other holidays.
Well, it's the best holiday, so it should take over.
No, I don't need to hear about Santa 4 months out of the year. Thank you very much.
I honestly like Halloween better than any other holiday.
I mean, I'll grant it's a shell of what it used to be in its own ways, but just the feeling of the night on this month is something different for me. It excites me a hell of a lot more.
Just don't you guys tell me that the Great Pumpkin is not real, because I will not listen.
I think capitalism has greatly improved Christmas.
You mean it? Well, it certainly sells a hell of a lot of product, if that's what you mean. But I remember the day I swore against Christmas in certain aspects. It was 2 weeks before Halloween. I was running around in a Target when I was young, and I was looking through their candy selection, and I was looking through their costumes, and then I turned to look down another aisle, and there were already mini Christmas trees lining it.
Mhm.
and I stared at that aisle like it was like it was blasphemy. And I proceeded to say to myself, Christmas is trying to overtake my holiday. Hell no. And now whenever I hear Christmas in July, I really get pissed.
It's holiday spreading.
It's a disease, dang it.
Holiday spreading is a thing.
It's very bad.
I declare that holiday spreading is oppressive.
I think we should just like get rid of Valentine's Day though, because that's just stupid.
Yeah, it's just guys don't care about Valentine's Day, so it's just like a day for women.
Actually, some guys do care, but the simple fact of the matter is, those kind of guys, I'm starting to wonder about their brain meats.
Well, the problem with Valentine's Day is that women are not expected to care about their partner's experience as much as their partner is expected to care about theirs. It's one aspect of the holiday that I like. And then it has become, instead of about expressing your care and love for your partner and celebrating your relationship, it has become about expensive gift giving. And it's like,
Well, it never was about that in the first place, though. It was always what you're saying it is.
yeah, it's not an expression of love.
It's a way to take the expression of love and say, this is when you do it. It turns it into a thing that's not real anymore. Because if you want to express love to someone, you should feel like
do it any time.
Yeah, but when they do it like that, it's like taking love and saying, this is the time of year when it's appropriate to say you love someone.
And
Which
see, my
should be
husband and I
anytime.
do that. Like, we do that all the time. One of us will bring something home for the other one. I was thinking of you, or we pick days and we're like, we're gonna, like, the rest of the world doesn't exist, and we're just gonna hang out for a few hours, and nobody else, nobody else is allowed to bother us, stuff like that. It's just stuff you do when you have somebody that you love and care about. But this having to have a holiday for it, just, I don't know, it kind of ruins it.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan.
Drunken peasants are talking about Gail Schuler.
Who?
Gail
Say that again.
The drunken peasants are talking about Gail Schuler. She's
Oh my gosh.
I assume you've heard of her.
Like right now?
Yeah, they're talking about her. Yeah, for those who don't know, Gail Schuler is just like this crazy woman who thinks all these celebrity and powerful men are just waiting, just chopping at the bit to marry her.
If you want to see, a sort of summary of who she is, do a Google search for the craziest woman on the internet.
How is that humanly possible?
No, seriously, do a Google, and she'll come up in the Google search. There'll be a link to the Encyclopedia Dramatica post on her.
I think I will not.
I would only do that if I was wanting to open up Chrome and use AdBlock, because that's the only way I visit that website anymore.
Hey, you mean you don't like having 1,000 pop-ups?
Yeah, it's horrible. I don't understand how people it seems like those that kind of ad thing is really just about like trying to infect your computer with viruses.
Pretty much.
So it's like, why would Encyclopedia Dramatica be willing to do that when the only way anybody really will actually go on their website and willingly would be to have AdBlock on?
Money.
Yeah, that's why they have
from a week
Patreon.
ago.
Don't they have a Patreon or some way to give them money?
They might.
I mean, they were selling like.
Hey, they're double dipping. They're double dipping. Okay, they're double dipping.
Yeah, but they should just.
I have a Patreon, but I have a Patreon, but I have. Yeah, I do. I just don't emphasize it much.
Smart.
Patrons?
I have some patrons, yeah.
Wow.
I don't have a Patreon. No one should patron me.
I have a Patreon, but I don't actually have it set up in any way.
I have
Pay
mine
me
set
to
up.
be being the asshole I am. It's perfect. I'll do it for free.
But on my blog, on Blogger, I also have, when I first started it, I didn't, but I finally got things straightened out with Google. I have an AdSense account. So there's ads on my blog. Over the last I think I started the blog like 2.5 years ago. Over the last 2.5 years, I've almost, but not quite, gotten to the point where I can actually get a check from Google. And their limit is something like $100. So I mean, I haven't made a lot. You know, I don't have a lot of page views. It's real specialized. The majority of my page views are actually to the article I wrote on what to do if you're hit with a false restraining order. And I get a lot of page views on that one, and I get a lot of page views on the one what to do if a person who has a restraining order against you is contacting you. It's really sad that many people have to look that up, that they're in that many people are in that position. Because I mean, you think about it, you get a restraining order, you are telling a judge that the person that you're getting a restraining order against is so terrifying, and you are so in fear for your safety that you have to have the court tell them to stay away from you, and then you contact them. I mean, that's. Yeah, obviously the people that are taking out these restraining orders, the ones that are contacting the people they have an order against, are lying about being afraid of the individual. Because if you take out a no contact order because you're afraid, you don't contact the person. I mean, that's the whole point. No contact.
You'd think.
Yeah, but it's a really sad situation. It's not uncommon for women in custody disputes and property disputes to get these orders and then sabotage the person's ability to stay away from them so that they can call cops and say that he violated the order so they can get him thrown in jail because it's instrumental in winning the custody battle or the property battle. He can't fight to keep the house if he's in jail, and he can't fight to keep custody of the kids if he's in jail.
This one woman threatened to castrate me, so may have to get a restraining order against her.
Yeah, that's restraining order worthy. I would definitely say she's scary. Holy shit.
Well,
Why did she threaten to castrate you?
Well, to be fair, like, she's always threatening to do stuff. She doesn't do anything, but
Oh, she's one of those.
Yeah. But that being said,
what's wrong with her that she's threatening you all the time?
Like, I was at this like New Year's Eve party. She done like a lot of the cooking, and so like she brought these like cartons of orange juice, and like there was like 3 of them left, and she said, "Oh, I want 2 left for me." All right, so I grabbed one, Sal grabs one, so there's only 1 left. So Sal puts his back. I'm like, okay, I guess I can have orange juice. So I drank it, and she's like, "Oh, why'd you drink the orange juice?" I'm like, "You said I could. You said you want 2 left. There's 2 left." And so she got upset over that. And then later on, she said that the food was ready, and so I grabbed some of the peach cobbler.
Yeah.
And, like, she gets really upset because like she didn't want me to eat the peach cobbler yet. She wanted me to like eat the regular food before I go to dessert. I'm like,
good grief.
Yeah, I'm like, whatever, I'll just do this.
Dessert first, always first.
Like, what are you supposed to be 4 or something? No, eat your dinner first. Do you belong to the Clean Plate Club, mister? Really?
So anyway, like I get peach cobbler and some other stuff. I set my plate down the table and I start eating. And she's out the other side of the table. You know, she's like giving me like the death stare. And she's like, she's saying all sorts of like random stuff to me, insulting stuff to me. And she also said that she put poison in the food. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. You put poison in the food that we're all eating. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Okay, psycho bitch.
And she keeps escalating about like the amount of stuff she's saying to me, and then eventually she says like I'm gonna castrate you, and then after that she says I've castrated 23 animals or something like that.
What?
Okay, this is where I would be going, oh, well, you know, it was nice meeting you. I have to be going. My socks are in a terrible disarray, and I must do something about it immediately.
Yeah, what they really annoys me about is like I was at this New Year Eve party with other friends, and like they were basically taking her side that like, oh, you know, you can't be like, you know, you gotta be nice to her or some nonsense like that.
When someone just threatened to snip your balls off, no. That's officially when you say fuck off on that count.
Yeah, I'd be out
You
of there.
don't do that in polite conversation. Did this girl ever learn manners?
Probably not.
What's manners? I don't know. What's the manners with you?
That's
Right. I'm sorry. Manners are patriarchy. My apologies.
Yeah, that's why they're called manners.
I
And
was
not
just about to go
womaners.
there. I was just about to go there.
Polite society is a function of the patriarchy.
Well, that proves how effective women ruling would have been, I guess.
I think it's kind of funny about it is like nobody at the party actually liked her. The only reason why she was there is because she was dating this guy that everybody actually did like.
Yeah, see, there you go again.
Yeah, see,
It's the girlfriend's DM. Here we go.
basically, this guy's like a pretty decent guy who doesn't threaten to castrate people, so that's one of the reasons why people liked him.
Yeah, that would probably be an endearing quality. I
Yeah.
always hang out with people that don't threaten to castrate other people.
So then all this thing happens, rewind it all the way back to like, several hours earlier where I'm back at home, and I receive a phone call. And so bear in mind, it was never this bad, but I've had issues with this woman before. And so the person who's hosting the party, he calls me up and says, "Hey, do you want to come over for New Year's Eve?" And all right, is that woman going to be there? And I didn't say that woman. I called her by name, but, I don't want to. You don't need to know her name. But anyway,
Right.
I was like, "Is she going to be there?" And he's like, "Sure. Yeah, she's going to be there." And I'm like, what's the worst going to happen? Yeah, I'll show up.
Oh dear.
I think I need to go, guys.
That's fine. See you, Otter.
Thanks for having me on.
Hey, you
Oh, wait,
scared
hold on.
Otter.
Don't go, Otter. Don't go yet. All right, Otter and
Okay.
everyone else, if you haven't bought my album, do so. The link's in the low bar. You get you get the Chechnya White Maiden album, and also you can get my hit single called "Woman's Burden." It's I wrote that song back when I was doing the whole nature thing, so that didn't go very far, but whatever. That's also in the low bar. Get a link to that song. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for showing up, Otter.
You're welcome. It's fun to be here. I have to interview you sometime.
All right, I'll also work on a theme song for you.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
See
Bye
ya.
for now. See you all soon. When I'm in your bed, and I'm looking at you at the midnight, and the windows open, and the storms unravel, and I'm like, hey, wake up, it's time to party, and then we party.
Ah, that's awesome.
And goodbye.
See ya.
No, it's just the three of us. Now we have
Indeed.
now we have 3 viewers.
Blink.
That's a marked improvement.
Yep, that is a marked improvement. I wonder who the third viewer is.
No,
Do we all have the video open though?
Oh, I have my video open.
Yeah, then we probably are the 3 viewers.
There's
Wasn't
nobody
gonna
else in
say
chat.
I'm thinking about getting a new face.
New face.
That sounds painful.
You gonna go to a surgeon?
No. This face, the one you're seeing.
Oh.
I've had this face for 4 years. For anything which wants to be a chimera or a changeling, that's way too long. It's time for a change. That, and as much as I do love this piece of artwork, it's from another era now. So,
Well, it still looks cool.
It is no doubt the coolest thing artwork anyone ever did for me. It's very impressive.
It is really neat.
But maybe it should go.
I mean, I can talk Paul's ego into showing up.
Paul's ego?
Yeah. Paul's ego is some guy on YouTube. He's currently on the Drunken Peasants. He's gonna be on there on Fridays from now on.
Okay. This is actually not a name I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's 2 things I actually want to make sure I talk about before this thing ends, although I'm not quite sure when this thing is going to end. But 2 things I want to talk about: sex robots and some of Nia Sarkeesian's videos.
Oh gosh.
Oh, jeez.
This thing about the whole sex robots thing is like there's this one feminist group. I don't know exactly who they are, but they want like to ban sex bots, saying that
Yep.
it's going to like harm the relationship between men and women.
Yeah, their relationship. Fuck them.
Well, the whole point is nobody wants to.
That's exactly the point as to why the sex bots are coming around.
One thing about it is that like one thing that I have yet to hear anybody say is that when these robots first come out, like, I think like the cheapest ones is like $7,000, and if you want it customizable, it's even going to be even more expensive than that. Tell me what kind of men are going to have the kind of money to just throw down $7,000 on basically a very high tech, a very high tech flashlight,
One's not in a relationship, and it'll save them money over the net time.
Well, and honestly, though, the kind of men that'll be able to afford it are the ones that the kind of women who are angry about this really want control over.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up. I mean, yeah, I have to play like armchair psychologist because I don't know who these people are. I can't read their minds. Maybe they truly believe this is going to ruin relationship around all people, not just the rich men that they want to bang.
Well, they might be interpreting what they consider the relationship between men and women to be the relationship between, because you think about it, this is not like the relationship between men and women for the last for forever has kind of been manipulative on women's side of it. It's been very like women sort of hold affection hostage and are able to command a level of not just respect but veneration by demanding that their sensibilities be coddled and demanding a certain level of being put up on a pedestal, being pampered, being treated like somebody special, and it's all by basically holding hostage. You can't have my affection if you don't give me these things I want. And in a way, that's kind of what Valentine's Day is about too. And it's the sex robot. It is like the slut, which honestly, it's always been women who have enforced slut shaming. It's men who have even gotten involved in that aren't doing it because of their own their own judgment of women. They're doing it because they know that the women in their lives would be pissed off at them if they don't, and so they can't approve of another girl being slutty if the girls in their lives are behaving themselves, and it becomes you like her better than me or things like that. So they have to pretend to be judgmental and demonize these girls, but it's mostly other women that get really hatey towards girls who are easy, and it's the same thing. It's they're scabs. they're crossing the picket line. They're making it easy, and therefore guys don't have to go through and jump through all the hoops that women usually make them jump through for affection. Well, the sex bots are even worse for those women than sluts are, because even a slutty girl has standards that she's going to expect from a guy, and a sex robot has none.
One thing I noticed about the sex bots is that they actually look like humans. They said I want them to be like human form, but I want them to look like robots,
Well, I mean, I kind of looked at one company just to see what all the big, hullabaloo was about. They look like dolls. I don't think that I would want one in my house because they do. They look like dolls, and I would have nightmares of it getting up in the middle of the night, and I'd come out in the kitchen and it'd be standing there with a knife or something. Like some kind of it's the stuff of horror movies, right?
Oh, you dollist people.
Yeah, but sorry, I can't help it. They're creepy. I mean, they eat pantyhose. I saw Barbarella. I know.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that people who don't have a doll phobia would have no problem with this, but they don't look like you wouldn't look at that and go, gosh, that's a real woman. You know, you look at that and go, gosh, that's a remarkable facsimile of a real woman. But you could tell.
Thank you, Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
My best friend,
No,
the
it's
Uncanny
not.
Valley.
that's why I want the robots to look like robots. Like they're not gonna be. I don't think they're gonna be anytime soon make these robots look like really realistic. Like, you know, I don't think they'll be able to like look at one of these and say, oh, well, that's actually a human being or something like that. So that's why robots should look like robots.
Yeah, and they're not only are they not going to look at that and mistake it for a human being or anything, it's not going to affect the way they interact with people that they do identify as human beings, because it's quite obviously very different. And it's funny because feminists act like stuff like this exists in a vacuum. You know, little girls generally grow up playing with dolls their entire childhood. And they interact with the dolls, mimicking the way mothers interact with their babies. And you would think if interacting with a doll in a sort of mimicry of the way that you interact with people, but where you're in control of both sides of the interaction because you're the one playing pretend, which is basically what's anticipated with sex dolls. If that was going to make somebody treat other people in the manner that a psychopath might, then little girls everywhere would be abusing their children. Not just the percentage that do grow up to abuse their children, but all of them. All mothers would be abusive. All mothers that played with dolls when they were kids. Which obviously means I'm not. And you know, they're not. You know, abusing your child is a thing that a minority of people do. You know, it's not a majority behavior, and it's the idea that uniquely, you know, men who had sex with robots that look disturbingly human would be different. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's more likely that men treat objects like women than they do treat women like objects.
Well, the thing is, feminists don't seem to understand what the word object means.
There's that, too.
Oh my god.
Like-
that goes into my whole Anita Sarkeesian thing. Is like they just like sometimes people just they change what the definition of words mean. Like she keeps in like one of her videos, she's talking about how like, you know, rescuing a woman like robs her of her agency. That makes no sense whatsoever. That's something that where she's objectively wrong. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when Nita talks about other stuff, like stuff that's like subjective, like if she says that rescuing a woman it's offensive to her, well, that's her opinion. I disagree with it, but that's her opinion. I can't just say she's wrong about that. But the whole agency thing is like if you have a choice to just sit in a cage and wait for someone to rescue you, you're using your agency. If you're deciding that you're going to find a way to escape, you're using your agency. Either way, you're using your agency. So if you have somebody come to rescue, you have actually more agency than somebody who doesn't. What she calls agency, she means ingenuity. You know?
Well, see, that's the thing. Not everybody in that situation does have a choice. Sometimes you're in a situation where you need somebody's help. You're not just asking for help. And feminists will complain about women being helped in video games like that. They'll complain about women needing help in video games. But if you talk about areas in real life where women are demanding that they be given assistance, and you challenge the idea that maybe women would be better off if instead of constantly being given assistance, they were raised to go out and work and earn the money to get things for themselves and to not go hankering for things that they can't afford, and to basically take responsibility for their own welfare, and you know, in doing so they would become people who would actually work harder and plan better and see to their own welfare, and they wouldn't have to depend on daddy government, and they wouldn't have to live on welfare and food stamps and depend on Planned Parenthood for health care and demand that the government pay for their birth control pills that they're not going to use. You know, so that they can keep having those babies that bring them the welfare check. Then feminists are pissed off you can't talk about women that way. You can't treat women like they're responsible for the bad things that happen in real life. That's sexist. Women can be as responsible as a man when it comes to whether or not they get rescued in a video game. But as soon as she makes a series of choices that lead her to the position of becoming an unwed mother, well, that's the guy's fault.
You're just a right-wing conservative.
She just slipped and fell in a puddle of pregnancy. It wasn't her fault.
Speaking of which, I want to swing at that. The idea that we can use conservative as a fucking pejorative nowadays. F that while we're fucking here. Look.
Oh, both sides do that.
Well, yes, they do, but here's the thing: a lot of the shit we're getting comes from people who want to hide under the mask of being considered liberal, right? Here's the problem: as crazy as I've always argued this fact, and insult me if you wish, anyone who hears this, for what I'm about to say. I've been murmuring this for a while, but I've always thought in the back of my head, Democrats have no balls, Republicans have no brains.
That's a pretty good assessment.
The argument is really simple. When you look at the way Republicans tend to act in the political scene, they tend to be more consistent with what they believe in, but at the same time, they say things that people dislike in manners that some would consider incredibly blunt or insensitive.
Mm-hmm.
You look. This of course affords them the advantage of knowing where their position is. The downside of this is the fact that people are due to the polarization, no one's willing to fucking listen to them. On the other side, we have Democrats who gather with honey a lot of the time, but they can't follow up on half of the things that they want to do.
No, well, and they describe them in ways that make them sound wonderful when in reality they're not.
They have the brains to get people's interest, but lack the balls to follow through.
Yeah. I see both sides as really the same thing with different clothes.
Pretty much.
And it's both sides are the morality police in one way or another, and both sides are authoritarian moralists. It's just that Democrats are authoritarian moralists whose religion is collectivism, and they want to impose it on the general public.
That's why they always act in... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say Republicans are the same, except that their religion is sex is bad and you shouldn't do it. Don't enjoy anything. And they want to impose that on the general public.
This collectivist crap is really getting on my nerves. People do not work like this. I am so tired of hearing, just when I deign to go around the darker corners, hearing people talk about, oh, you can't talk about X that way, and then they immediately proceed to talk about that exact same thing like they're the scion of understanding of it as well.
Yeah. It's
not. If you're gonna play that kind of absolute, then at least hold true to your own statement. Of course, we can't account of people to do that now, can we?
No, and many people who advocate. Well, actually, a lot of people that advocate for collectivism they don't even realize that's what they're doing. But those that do, a lot of them don't actually. They don't know the history. They don't know like how and why nations that have tried it failed. All they know is that they have been told in groups or classes where it's advocated that those things failed because they were never really given a chance. Well, what they mean when they say that is those things failed because there were other nations that were not collectivists, so they were not in a vacuum, and they were pitted against a more successful economic system. They failed because another economic system worked better. And that, I'm sorry, but the presence of another economic system that works better is not cheating. But you try to explain that to somebody that is die-hard socialist, and you just like talking to a brick wall.
Yep.
Oh my god. Milo just like sent out a tweet.
Uh-oh.
Men even make better women than women do these. Nothing and break Caitlyn and Laverne.
Oh god.
Oh, Milo. He is wonderful. He really is.
He's starting to turn more in like he's starting to become more like what's her face? Anita Sarkeesian. It seems like he's just like saying stuff just to piss off people who disagree with him.
Oh, I'm sure he's saying
But
odd
that's-
things to piss off.
Him.
He just retweeted. I don't know if this guy's name is Richard Reiki. Says Milo Yiannopoulos never searches his own name, and Milo says, "What kind of a person does that shit?"
Implying he totally did.
It is the only time I've ever I've Google searched myself when I was about to start job hunting to see if I needed to clean up what would be found, and I discovered that I was a really boring person.
Yeah, the
I
thing
haven't
is,
done anything that would get me in trouble with a prospective employer, except talk politics.
basically.
I need a scandal.
Yeah, good. Luckily, unfortunately for myself, my name is actually a very common name, so it's one of those scenarios where even if it would still not be me. I am the ghost in the machine here.
Well, my name's common enough. I mean, if my employer could find out that I died a couple hundred years ago, and again 100 years ago, and again about 50 years ago, and that I'm currently 85 years old and have grandchildren.
You've been in the cycle.
Yes.
Why do you keep dying?
Well, you know, it's kind of inevitable. After so many years, your body just wears out.
Live,
You have to get a
die,
new one.
Live again.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Witness
But I like
me.
this name. So,
Yeah, that'll work.
yeah.
Yeah, another thing that Anita said that. Oh, by the way, I think Anita is like, what is it? She seems more like a parody of a feminist than an actual feminist. You know?
Except that I've debated enough feminists online that she's not. She's definitely a feminist. She's not a parody.
Yeah.
It's a shame because that could have been like a Stephen Colbert-esque swerve. Just imagine that.
But there's like different categories of feminists. Like there's the hardcore rad femme that hates men and wants to castrate or kill all but like 10% of the population and so on. And there's those guys are like, there's not very many of them, but they're highly influential, and most other feminists don't realize that. There's the continuation of second wave feminism that is, it's the gender version, not the equity version of the continuation of second wave feminism that thinks that being in a marriage and being a housewife and things like that were a form of slavery instead of a privilege where you didn't have to go work in the mines. You know, because obviously they've worked in the mines, right? And then there's like the feminists of the third wave. There's so many different ones. Like there's the idiotic Tumblrettes that just say whatever creepy shit comes out of their heads. And then there's feminists who I would actually call the fluffy bunny feminists. Fluffy bunny, the term fluffy bunny actually comes from paganism, and like it's sort of it cropped up around the time that there was an author called Silver Ravenwolf who wrote a series of books on, you'd almost call it witchcraft light. And it was basically how to be a solitary practitioner of the craft and not think of yourself as abnormal or evil or strange or anything like that. You just were a person who liked nature a lot. And it was it glossed over the darker aspects of like the various deities that are worshipped by different traditions of Wiccans. It's like the old deities were gods of life and death, and they were not necessarily the sanitized versions that a lot of people describe today when they explain to other people what witchcraft is all about, because the people who worshiped them lived in environments where you could go for a walk and get eaten by a wolf, you know. So it wasn't like it wasn't like today when you go sit your ass in a pew and somebody talks to you for 45 minutes and then you go have dinner at some restaurant on the way home, and sit and chit chat about how important the sermon is and then forget it until the next week. It was like your religion was a part of a struggle of life and death, and so people who had been practicing that religion for decades were really disgusted with the Silver Raven Wolf generation, I guess you could say, the Silver Raven Wolf reader generation of everything is light and fluffy and cute, and we talk about fairies and we sit in the trees and contemplate kind of witchcraft. And they called them fluffy bunnies because nothing could be dark and dangerous, and you didn't have any of this. You didn't use black candles for protection. You used white candles because black was a negative color, and blah blah blah. And that grade of feminism is very much like that, in that they do not acknowledge that the feminists of history, the ones that advocated for gender-specific policy and that specifically ostracized or marginalized male victims of intimate partner and sexual violence and things like that, that those guys are feminists and that they shaped the movement and that they shaped today's feminist ideology. They just, feminism is the dictionary definition of feminism, and I'm a feminist because of the dictionary definition, and that's what feminism is all about, and that's all they know. And
Actually,
that's the fluffy bunny feminist.
if I may interject on this one, I find what's worse about that system is, I believe it's from this group, the implication that if we just teach people not to do X, then people won't do X.
I know.
It's like they think that the
crime.
entire world is not, it has no dark sides to it. As speaking as the envoy of darkness himself here, apparently, let me make it abundantly clear to y'all. If you're listening and you really think that life is always going to work in your favor, as a junior entry into the work of Discord, trust me, it doesn't work that way. There's a good turn and a bad turn to everything. Now, there's nothing wrong with being positive and trying to see where the good turn in the bad turn is. I'm not saying that's not wrong. I think a lot of people overdo it and assume too many negative things. We'll get to that, I'm sure, in a little bit. But if you really think that if you just teach people not to do X, they won't do X, you have never worked with children, have you?
Yeah.
You've never worked with anybody, have you?
Well, the thing is, if teaching people morality would prevent immoral behavior would not exist now. People have been taught morality by society and by their families forever, as long as it has existed. And people still do immoral things because we have self-interest. And people are naturally selfish. It's just, if we weren't, the species would not have survived. You cannot have a whole species of people who are only altruistic toward others and not themselves ever to survive. That's just not going to happen. And it's you're going to have the majority of people understand how a society works together and how important it is that they stay on the positive side of morals in order to avoid messing that up. But there's always going to be at least a segment of the population that doesn't get that or doesn't care. And it blows my mind that there are people who don't get it. But I suppose if there's always going to be people that don't care about working with other people, about morals, there's also going to be people that aren't smart enough to figure out that those people are like that.
Pretty much.
But yeah, that's your fluffy bunny feminist. And then you got the postmodernist feminists who basically have no sense. Like they're like, somebody sucked the brains out of their heads and replaced them with tribbles. Because they have, or spaghetti, they have no no attachment to reality whatsoever.
And that's kind of wow.
Like, I had one explain to me that words have no meaning, and therefore the things that I said, they could interpret the things that I said any way they wanted, and I was responsible for how they felt about their interpretation. And
Bull
then
crap.
And then have the balls to argue to me that feminism is what the dictionary definition of the word feminism says.
You should have punched her and said, "Pain has no meaning."
Well, it wouldn't have worked very easily through the internet.
That's why you use cyber violence.
There we go.
This is
That's
just-
where I run into them most is on Reddit. The postmodernist feminists are like, somebody took the poem Jabberwock from Alice in Wonderland just a little too seriously.
No, well, that's the thing though. If they can just interpret what you're saying like however they want, that means that they can just decide to not be offended at all. You know, somebody say, "Oh, you're the worst person ever." "Oh, I'm the best person ever." Thank you.
Yeah, that kind of logic doesn't work with them. Nope, it only works if you're interpreting things in the worst possible way so that you can be perpetually outraged by everything.
If they defeat themselves by their own admission, it's rather pathetic when you truly think about it.
Yep.
It's
And-
like it's true what he just said. If words don't have meaning, then clearly then you're reacting over nothing. You know?
Oh,
But no, they still choose to react over it. So they're not they're not even remote. You know, they talk about people used to talk about masters of their own domains. They are not even a master of their own brains. It's kind of pathetic.
But you have to have a fully functioning brain to begin with in order to master it. You cannot master a brain that is not fully functioning, because as soon as you start, it's going to screw up and you're going to end up with unpredictable results. But what I like to do is confront them, like the whole gender is a social construct thing. That is an abject failure on the part of feminists because it contradicts a bunch of other things that they say. And I made a infographic that's just text on a white page. It's nothing like fancy. I didn't put a picture behind it or anything. I have other ones that I put pictures behind, but this one is such a simple statement. It's, if gender is a social construct, then identifying as female is a choice, not an imposed disadvantage. You cannot claim to be disadvantaged if you're making life hard for yourself by placing unnecessary conditions on your own existence. You also can't claim to be genuinely weaker or more vulnerable because you're a woman. If gender is a choice, female vulnerability is also a choice, in which case violence against women would end if women would simply man up and put a stop to it. Feminist theory, not quite as well considered as feminists think.
Indeed.
That's another thing. If like gender's a social construct, like how can they explain? How can they explain like language, which actually is a social construct, like the very definition of it, how it's different everywhere you go?
Yeah.
Gender, like there are some like gender roles are like varied slightly, but every place you go, it's almost always the men do the heavy lifting while the women are like doing the nurturing stuff.
Yep. And
So-
of course, if gender is a social construct, then being transgender couldn't be real either. But and I think that's why a lot of feminists get antsy over trans women. You know what I mean? They're identifying as a different gender, but the way they identify as a different gender is by identifying with aspects of that gender that are characteristics people expect that gender to have. So if those characteristics don't make you the gender that you are, then feminists. That's why feminists have a rough time understanding people who are transgendered.
One more thing I want to say about Anita, and I think it's basically the only thing I'm going to say about her. There's in one of her videos, I think she was talking about Beyond Good and Evil. She's talking about like a game she likes, which is one thing I liked about her, that she actually just started talking about games she likes instead of just talking about the game she hates.
That helps.
But anyway, in this game, you can like take pictures of. You have a camera, so you can take pictures of creatures. And so she said that you get to witness like the beauty of these creatures, other than just creatures you kill or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very black and white thinking, because you can like admire the design of a creature, both before and after you kill it. So I'm not quite sure what the heck she's getting at. Just because you can take a picture of it, which by the way, in a lot of games you actually can take pictures because you have like the screen cap thing.
Right. I guess taking pictures is more of an aspect of the game, though. If you're carrying a camera around in the game, there's actually a phone app, some kind of a zombie outbreak game that I used to have on one of my old cell phones that had that. Like in fact, it was not just an aspect of the game; it was you got points for it. And there was actually a scrapbook that you had slots in the scrapbook to fill with, did you get this picture? Did you get this picture? And so and it was a cam, it wasn't a camera, but as you're going around, you can hold the cam as a weapon because it has a light on it, and the light like makes the zombies, it changes what some of the zombies could do. And so you carried that as a weapon in some scenes automatically. But anyway, it was kind of a neat thing in the game. I can sympathize on that, although I think she made it more. I think she made it more important by saying that about it. And I guess from the perspective of someone who is a photographer and who has worked professionally as a photographer, I have no difficulty appreciating the beauty of the world around me, but looking at it through the lens of a camera did help me to sort of appreciate singling things out individually and looking at things from different angles, looking at things close up that you don't necessarily normally examine close up, and appreciating things like the broad spectrum of color that actually exists in human beings. Like, most people don't really realize when they look at people that there's such a vast number of subtle differences in our appearance, and it's neat to check that out, and it's neat to capture that, and it's neat to sort of examine and enjoy that, and enjoy being aware of it, and like you get to a point where you deal with people all the time where like the faces all blend together, and when you take the time to look at them through a lens, it brings back that individuality. But it isn't like you can't do that without a camera. It's more a matter that the camera is a nice reminder to do that. And I don't think most people notice anymore a lot of those things. I don't think people necessarily notice the variety in people, how differently shaped everybody's eyes are, even in groups of people whose eyes are considered to look the same. The way people's eyelids drape, the way like people's eyelashes stand out, whether or not people have freckles and moles on their eyelids, it's just everything about the human body is interesting, and everything about nature is interesting, when you look at it through a lens like that. But it doesn't. I don't think that the camera necessarily is required for a person to enjoy that or notice it. I think we've gotten so dependent on technology that people sit back and allow themselves to become desensitized without it.
Well said.
Yeah, I don't think the camera in Beyond Good and Evil is like that high quality where you actually can like just really focus in on detail. It might be, but I doubt it. Like, I think the game is for like N64, so like the graphics you're dealing with it's not comparable to real life.
Yeah.
It's not even about that though, but
it almost makes the statement silly then, doesn't it?
Not really.
Yeah.
The idea of being able to judge to really look at what you're seeing. The argument really though is that you can the center of the argument though is that taking pictures is somehow like what I heard from it was like the antithesis of what am I trying to say? That I think her argument is that she likes things that rate where killing isn't involved, which is all well and good for her. but you can still enjoy you can still enjoy the art of things that are inherently violent, you know?
Yeah.
And
Have
the
you
fact that she doesn't agree with that is one of the things about her that, well, it's just it's a difference.
have you guys played Secret of Mana?
No.
Not I.
I'm gonna pull it up real quick. There's these people who are playing they're doing a let's play of Secret of Mana. The reason I bring it up because it's just like that's like one of the first games that came to mind. Like that game and Half-Life, the Half-Life series. When it comes to like appreciating the design of the creatures that you need to kill, and it was like when in Secret of Mana, like when you kill something they explode, but before you kill them, you can still like just look at it and like all the monsters in there. I shouldn't say all of them, but most of the monsters in that game are like just really adorable for whatever reason. They just designed them to be really adorable.
Let's go kill adorable things.
Yay!
I remember like, the game was like 3 players, but it starts out with 1 player. You start with the main character, and then you get like these 2 other characters later on. But anyway, so I remember when we first got the game, we were my oldest brother was he was playing. And like the first creature you meet up with that you can attack is like this thing called a rabbite, which is like it's kind of like a cartoon bunny that has it doesn't have any limbs. It's just like this, like a pillow with a face on it that flops around. And so like, and so Joseph sees this, my older brother, he sees this, and he's like, the first thing he does, he attacks it and just kills it with one strike.
Mm-hmm.
And so like he did a critical on it, so it just exploded. And we were like, Joseph, what's wrong with you? Why'd you do that? He's like, well, we're supposed to do that. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's funny.
There we go. Here's these guys doing a let's play of it. So if it loads up. And so in Half-Life 2, like I really like the design of that game. Like there's a lot of creatures that once you kill them, they can slump down, so you can just view their bodies at your leisure.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a game where
that game moves.
So that's a game. It's another game where you can just like you can appreciate the design of these creatures, even after you've already killed them.
I guess
there was a game I used to play, Jade Cocoon.
I've heard of it, but I don't know if that is.
It was kind of an RPG. You went around, you had a map, you found treasure, you bred creatures and created new breeds and you went through. It's been a long time since I played it, but you went through and you're like you had a whole bunch of different things you could achieve with breeding these creatures and everything.
This is reminding me of Monster Rancher.
Yeah, but you also had this map that you had to go through, and there were battles, and there was treasure, and excuse me, but
does somebody have it playing the stream playing in the background? Because I can hear me.
The window just popped up, and I'm trying to get it to. There we go. The window just popped up that you. I clicked on it, and it opened up, in another tab. I have a bunch of tabs open. I couldn't find that one. And I'm not doing anything with the other tabs. I should probably close them. But anyway, when you finished the game, you could still go through and like whatever creatures you had, you could still go through the breeding process and try to see what other creatures you could create and everything. And it was kind of neat because there was a way to look at the creatures from different angles and stuff, and so you could see what they look like all over. And it was kind of similar to what you're describing and being able to examine but it wasn't the monsters that you're killing; it was the creatures that you bred.
All right. Do you watch Law and Order SVU?
Not if I can help it.
Yeah,
Good answer.
I like the show. I find it entertaining.
I can't stand it. It's so. I mean, it's drama, and it's always like this energy draining type of drama that's like, oh, there's this person, this damsel in distress, or this person's gone through this terrible thing, and we're gonna go through all the details of all the horror involved in it, and unravel the crime, and usually a tragedy unfolds, and it's just like, really, I don't want to watch that. But you realize it's probably been about 10 years since I got to sit down and play Jade Cocoon.
Mm.
That's sad. I really like that game. Trying to think of, I can't think of any other game that had something like this. But it was a really neat game.
Yeah, this is one episode of a lot of our SVU that it was really ridiculous because like it involved this guy who owned a private military contractor.
Oh, our PMC is always the enemy. Can I ask you that?
Here's the thing, all right? This guy, like, he goes into the SVU unit, and he says that he's been raped, like, by this teen girl. Now, the thing is, if that had gone down this path and had them find out, oh, actually, he's telling the truth, he actually was raped, that would. Can you imagine the stones you'd have to actually, like, pull that off, you know?
So you have to have stones to pull that off in this generation. Tells me all you need to know about this generation.
There was an episode at one point. I don't know if it was SVU or another one of those lawyer shows or police shows.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one of those shows. They did portray the guy was a stripper, and there were 3 women that had hired him, and he was filing rape charges. I don't remember if he was successal in court, I'm not sure if I watched it all the way in, but it did establish in the story that he'd been through a rape. He'd been raped.
Yeah, that was the episode of SVU, and I really liked that episode. And I think they got them on like false imprisonment, but they were like said not guilty on the actual rape charges.
Yeah.
So he was like, oh well, at least they got him on something. Yeah.
That's pretty sad, but it's realistic.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the episode I was talking about. Like I said, like it would have been really ballsy for them to like actually have it so he actually was the victim, and so but they went a different direction. Now I can understand them not wanting to make him the victim, but the way they went about it was just so ridiculous. All right. It turns out that it's not really much of a surprise, but the girl he was accusing. He was actually the one who raped her.
Of course.
It's surprising absolutely nobody. Next.
The thing that was ridiculously stupid is that like the reason why he got out of the reason why he got out of going to jail was because like he's just like this really powerful guy and like he had connections, so he got out. So that's how he got out of jail. Which makes you think that if he had said if he did nothing at all. The same thing would have happened. He would have continued to not go to jail. So what's the point of it? What's the point of him going in and like claiming he's been raped if he had these connections to begin with?
I have the answer for you.
Bad writing?
Follow the
Yeah.
Bookers. This is like a bad wrestling storyline. That's what this is. No, it is. Like, why? Like, there's some obvious bullshittery going on in there. Like, why would they even waste our time on this sequence? Why would they even waste our time doing this thing? And the answer is the Booker said so. They needed padding in this fucking storyline. That's what.
The thing is, like, if he hadn't have like accused, like, the reason why they found that he raped her was because they were investigating his rape.
That's silly. If he'd have kept his mouth shut,
Exactly.
Well, it's just like in the real world. People can keep their fucking mouths shut.
Yeah. Stupid criminals, best kind.
Oh, actually, there was an episode recently where like, they talked about like false rape allegations. Like, this woman who there's this college woman. She actually was raped. At least I think people believe she was actually. I think that's the way the show wanted you to think that she actually was raped. But like she ended up like inflating her story to a point where like nobody believed her because like it's basically like a play on the whole UVA rape story. And so like they talked about what was it? Like one of the it was like one of those like rape survivor help people or whatever. I forgot exactly what they called it, but like she was like coaching the victim to just exaggerate her story for whatever reason. Because I forgot exactly what's gonna happen. They said something along the lines of if anyone, because I think she's passed out when it happened. So if anyone could have raped her, that means like all of them raped her. That was the mentality that they're forcing on her.
That's stupid. Well, the UVA girl wasn't unconscious.
Yeah, I know, but like, Law and Order, they take like real life stories and then they mix them around.
Yeah.
As demonstrated by the Gamergate episode.
I knew it was going to eventually come to this.
Yeah.
Well, hold on,
take a real life story for that one. They just like threw shit together.
Well, next round.
Some people had said.
Yeah. So yeah, like so at the end of the story, like she ended up like not getting justice because nobody ended up going to jail because the story she told was so like nonsense that nobody would believe the truth when she told it.
Yeah.
And
that's about right.
It's a repackaged version of The Boy Who Cried Wolf.
Yeah, basically.
Which is basically the entire problem we have right now.
Yeah, another episode they had was like this guy who was on parole, and he was raped by his parole officer who was a woman.
Uh-huh.
And so after I saw the episode, I was like, it's confirmed the writers are SVU or MRAs.
Another.
Jeez.
If that's all it takes, that's rather pathetic. We should be striving for better than this.
Well, I mean, I was just joking about them being MRAs. It's just
fair enough.
They actually it was just interesting to have them talk about male victims of female perpetrators.
That is interesting. How about that for a difference?
You have to have the feminist version, the feminist definition of an MRA. And anybody that feminists think that they can use to disparage the the movement.
Yeah, I've said this before, but I forgot where. But it's like there are a lot of feminists who talk about how like MRAs are just really bad people, and like this is what they do. Like they talk about how bad like conservatives are, and so then they started lumping MRAs with conservatives. Oh, like you guys are a bunch of conservatives, and then like when Gamergate happened, they started lumping like Gamergate in with MRAs, and so they have this whole line of like saying that you're a bad person because you're like these people, and these people are bad because they're like these other people, and they haven't actually proven that anybody in these chains are actually bad.
Yeah, well, they did the same thing with MRAs and pickup artists. They've tried very, very hard, and then they did the same thing like on Reddit. There's the men's rights subreddit, and then there's another subreddit for men's issues activists that are not necessarily they're not necessarily activists for legal change as much as they are advocates for men to learn how to navigate the legal system as it is. So where the men's rights subreddit is all about trying to like spread awareness in preparation for affecting change, and now they've actually stepped into the activity of affecting change. The red pill subreddit was more about teaching men how to survive the current environment as long as that change hasn't already occurred. But of course, in order to teach guys how to survive in an environment that is oppressive to them because female dysfunction is tolerated in society to a level that's like, well, ridiculous, they're going to be talking a lot about female dysfunction, and they generalize women a lot. So, feminists will go in there and they'd read some of the stuff that would get said in there about women, and they would like blow their stack. In fact, even
at a gnat's fart at this point.
Yeah.
You're
but
wrong,
this was like new galaxies were created from the debris Um, it's
That's
just
overselling their power, in my opinion.
it was that bad, and steam would come out of the computer when they like, "Rah!" and the sound of a steam whistle at the end of a factory shift. It was that bad. And yeah, and that was the response. And so then they would show up at the men's rights subreddit. Well, you guys aren't as bad as those red pill guys, are you? And they would just disparage the shit out of the red pill. And then men's rights activists who were sort of newer to the movement, and particularly the younger ones, would be like, "Oh no, those guys are misogynists. We're nothing like them." Well, they weren't misogynists. They were talking about dysfunctional behavior in women, and they generalized it. They didn't do anything differently than feminists do, except that they could acknowledge when a woman came in, and I actually saw this conversation. They could acknowledge when a woman came in and was able to accept the criticism without taking it personally, and discuss the ways in which society coddling women creates women who never grow up. And there was this whole thread of that discussion, and like there are guys in that subreddit that have been so battered by society that they really have gotten to the point where they just don't trust any women. They cannot believe a woman would be genuine in the course of going in there and having that discussion. And so there was one guy who was just like relentless. And how can you even stand to be in here? This is about you. And finally she was like, "Look, I can accept the criticism, and I can accept the concept of limitations because society is not conducive to female maturity. And I can accept that this happens because of that. And it getting offended over it doesn't fix the problem." And that it took like that before the guy quit hassling her for being there. But at the same time, 99% of women are going to go in, and if they were to talk to that guy, the first thing that their response would be like horribly offended and take everything he said personally and conclude that all the men in there just hate women, and because they don't grow up. They're not mature enough to accept that criticism isn't about them if they don't behave the way that's being described, and that it is entirely possible that they've had the privilege of not having to grow up to the level that men have to grow up. That they don't have to submit their interest in their own welfare to the point where their interest in other people's welfare supersedes it. And I don't know, it just that whole subreddit, it's never been as bad as feminists have made it out to be, but it's never been diplomatic. And so they were able to just demonize the shit out of those guys. And unless you were familiar with it, and unless you you knew anybody from that subreddit and were able to say, well, no, I know this guy and he's a perfectly decent guy and he's very smart and he says things like, this and this that I agree with. If you didn't have that going for you and they come into the sub, it's pretty easy for them to get a knee-jerk reaction from people who don't want to be thought of as opposing women's rights. They just want to be thought of as promoting men's rights. And so that's basically what ended up happening. They managed to pit the red pill men against the men's rights men to the point where they almost got a slap fight going on between the two subreddits. And there were a group of us at the time that it was happening. There were a group of us that ended up making a series of posts. This is stupid. We are letting them control who we interact with and how we interact with them. Cut it out. And it actually took that to keep the majority of the subscribers at the time of the men's rights subreddit from bombarding the red pill with "you guys are assholes, shut the fuck up." And the red pill isn't even a big subreddit, it's just a little subreddit. They just have their own group and they talk. But then when I saw that happening with Gamergate, oh, you guys are just all a bunch of MRAs. I mean, it was so familiar. It was like it was the same thing. Well, MRAs hate women. MRAs say that women are bad, and women do this and women do that. And you guys don't want to be associated with them, right? It wasn't to make Gamergaters feel like they looked bad. It was to make Gamergaters opposed or poison the waters of Gamergate to accepting MRAs, because they didn't want the two groups joining forces.
Because they realized that they caused a lot more harm for them in the long haul.
Yeah. Yep. And then they do the same thing with pickup artists. They do the same thing with MGTOWs. Oh, these guys are dysfunctional. These guys are misogynistic. These guys really hate women. They don't associate with them. It says they don't want unity in what they call the manosphere, because if there is unity, then it becomes a much greater force to reckon with. And it's not just a few people here and a few people there screaming in the dark. It is now an actual
united
movement.
front.
Yeah.
They're smart enough to know that they can that with division they can conquer. Unfortunately, they've also managed to annoy almost everybody else on the way. So,
well, yeah.
The only thing holding their chance together is A, the people who never really assigned to any particular group, paying attention to how bad they've been, and B, the individual disparate groups that they've attacked, all uniting at once. And who wants to fight that front? Oh God.
Boy, though, it'd make an epic battle scene.
Yeah. I wonder who would be the cavalry in that charge. Oh, and of course that cavalry would be coming in on ponies, not horses.
Yes, definitely ponies, little ones.
Yes.
With cutie marks.
Yes.
More like booty marks.
Booty marks. There we go.
Blink.
And the porn version, they don't have cutie marks; they have booty marks.
Yeah, fair enough.
Only ponies and sluts have tattoos in their butts. You don't got no hooves, girl.
That was
awesome. Well played.
And then there was got a set of tits tattooed on her ass so her husband could enjoy both at once. I guess that would be a booty mark.
Oh, wow.
If feminists actually did what they say they do, like, fight for equality, like, the MRM wouldn't really exist.
Well, there are certain attitudes that have existed in society that like they predate feminism, and I don't think feminists even entirely understand them. And I'm not sure, even if they were genuinely fighting for equality, that they would understand those attitudes. And over time, as society has evolved to the point where the needs of the community are entirely different than they were when those social norms were established, it's become a dysfunctional situation for men, that men would still have had to fight for, or at least advocate for, change. And things like even feminists fighting for equality, I don't think they would have fought for women to be drafted. They might have made ending the draft a priority and an issue for them, but they might have simply ignored it. And it would have been up to men in that case to say, hey, this system is antiquated. Technology has replaced using human beings as cannon fodder, and we simply don't have to do that anymore, and therefore we don't have to have a system in place to replace men being used as cannon fodder in war. So we don't need a draft, and it could be eliminated. Instead, because feminists don't fight for equality, men are still doing that. But feminists are muddying the waters, fighting for women to get drafted too, which is just stupid. You don't fix a dysfunctional system by increasing the dysfunction and spreading it to more people.
Yeah, about that. This whole system is dysfunctional. Everything and the whole damn thing.
I think Karen was saying how like that was just a guise to just get rid of the draft altogether, because if they start drafting women, then people are like, well, maybe we just shouldn't have a draft at all.
I don't think it is. I think feminists fighting for women to be included in a draft is actually a genius thing on their part, for them to be able to say that they are fighting for equal accountability or equal responsibility in an area that they know they won't get it. Like, nobody's going to agree at the political level, at the legislative level. Nobody's going to agree that women should be drafted. They're just not going to do it. It's not going to happen. There's nothing feminists can do to change that, and they know it, and that's why they're demanding it, because they know it's not going to be given to them, but they can claim that they asked for it.
Yeah, well, I mean by like feminists fighting for equality, I mean like they would actually like look at the data and say, all right, well, men kill themselves more often, so let's like figure out a way of like discouraging men from suicide, other than just saying, well, obviously it's the patriarchy that causes all that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Well, and there's other things like, men commit suicide more often. It might partly be because of the legal environment they face in divorce cases, because I would bet you that men today commit suicide significantly more often than men did 100 years ago, unless you count working yourself to death suicide. But, men today have issues that men 100 years ago didn't face in the same numbers.
Yep.
I mean, very rare 100 years ago for a man's wife to walk out on him, take his children, and then demand money from him for it. And today that's common.
Oh, like people use like the people talk about how, or they say this way. There are some people who are like usually like religious people who are in favor of like marriage.
Mm-hmm.
They'll use a statistic that married men live longer than unmarried men. But
yeah, much like how an indoor cat lives longer than an outdoor cat.
Well, married men who stay married might live longer. But if they start counting all the men who committed suicide because their children were taken from them and their home and their car and their income, and they were made homeless, they might lower that statistic a little bit.
Yeah, like that's what I was getting at. If you like lump all the men who never get married along with the men who have gotten married and then got divorced, then then there's gonna be like a lot of men who committed suicide because of that.
Yeah.
But if you just include the men who you compare men who've never gotten married and you compare the men who have gotten married, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it might be like the men who haven't gotten married, they might live longer because they're not like, they don't need to like overwork themselves to what you call it?
To provide for two households.
Yeah, two households, or like in case they never been divorced, like provide for their own household. And so if you're just like a single guy, like you can be like, you can be a security guard, work, full time, a little bit over minimum wage, and then you can pay for your own apartment. If you're cool with that, then that's something you can do all your life. You're not going to be like working yourself to death. You're not going to be like constantly trying to do whatever you can to climb the corporate ladder and just like spend like 60 hours a day, or not day, that'd be crazy, 60 hours a week working.
Yeah, and under that circumstance, you wouldn't have a person demanding, making increasing demands on your income. And especially, see, that's the other thing. We've had a society for so long where women spend most of the household money, but for a long time, they weren't the ones that had to go out and earn it. And so a lot of women didn't have a real solid understanding of how much work went into every dollar that was spent. And so they spend it a lot easier than a man would. They're more frivolous with it. But see, that's the other thing, that a lot of social attitudes, even if feminists fought for equal rights under the law and nothing more, I'm not sure they would have fought for equal responsibility or equal accountability, and I'm not sure they would have fought to get rid of traditional values, because, to be honest, women had it pretty darn good under those traditional lifestyles. They didn't have to risk themselves. They didn't. There's so much stuff that they did not have to endure or deal with, and they were able to sit back and, even though they did the housework and they did labor, they didn't. It wasn't the body breaking labor that men do in a lot of factories, and they didn't have to deal with work situations where factories had existed prior to the onset or the creation of work safety laws. They didn't have to start work when they were 10 years old and continue to work until they died. And I don't think feminists would have fought to take women out of that cushy position and dump them into the same environment that men had to endure. I don't think anybody would fight to be forced into that. So men would still have been in a situation where the expectations and the demands on them were higher. And if women had fought, like feminists, there's no way feminists could have fought for, essentially to remove the restrictions on women, the law placed on women in that society, like social attitudes placed on women in return for the cushy situation they were in. There's no way that feminists could have fought for those changes without leaving men behind, in a way. And men would have had to come through and fight for change and start advocating for female accountability and so on, no matter what. So I think even without feminism, there still probably would have eventually had to be a movement just to get men caught up to the level of rights recognition, to be equal in social consideration, I guess, to what women have achieved and what women have received. It might not have been the same movement. It might not have been as big, and there wouldn't have been, like, if you didn't have to fight for fathers' rights and you didn't have to fight for due process rights and things like that, it would have been probably a much more limited movement and maybe not necessarily as vocal as a movement, but there still would have had to have been something.
Yeah, I think it's funny how like Kevin Logan was talking about how like he has a story about how a guy working at a coal mine who he comes home covered in soot or whatever it is in the coal mine. They hands his like paycheck, or obviously it wouldn't have been a paycheck then, but anyway, he has his money over to his wife, and she gives him like a few coppers back so he can go to the pub. And Kevin Logan looks at that and says, "Well, the woman is still the oppressed one in the matter because she's the society is encouraging her to be the housewife." And like I hear that, I'm thinking like, well, isn't the man being encouraged to do whatever it is to pay for that household, including like working in a coal mine? Like, how's that not oppressive? How's that not more oppressive? Like, the guys who go into the military, like, men are being encouraged to make themselves worth less than society. So I don't understand how you can see that and say that men aren't oppressed. Or I shouldn't say oppressed. Oh, I mean, if you consider like women,
no, men are oppressed.
Well, if you can look at women being encouraged to like be housewives and say that's oppression, then obviously men being encouraged to like fight and die in foreign wars that they're not going to reap the rewards of, like that's clearly oppression. That's more oppressive.
It's funny that he's labeling encouragement as if women have no choice but to resist it. I mean, if you look back in history, women have always worked. It's not like there was a time when women were not allowed to get jobs. That was not the way it was. Women fought and struggled to not have to do certain types of work. I've got some bookmarks to some old posts in which I can't remember whether it was a magistrate or a judge or a lawyer or a politician, but somebody was describing women's experiences as coal miners in the 1800s. and how they complained about how hard their jobs were, and that they felt that they should be exempt from doing those kind of jobs. And then, you have Coal Miner's Daughter in 20th Century, which was actually kind of a story of... Oh, hang on a second. I'm going to go mute. That's my phone.
Hmm.
I can't find the tab. Shit.
Hey, my phone rang. I just moved the phone.
Well, this actually might be a phone call I gotta take.
Alright.
In
Yes,
fact, I might need to go.
Oh. Alright, well, me and Dark keep each other company.
Yeah, why not?
I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright, see
Later.
ya. So it's just me and you.
That it is, sir. That it is. So, how you been? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. We're supposed to be in what's the guy's campaign? Edward's campaign, but I think there's something going on with his computer.
Yeah, are we still on?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's supposed to be going. But if we miss another session because his computer's not working, then I'm just gonna write up a quick campaign real quick. Maybe it'll be like a 2 or 3 day long session that'll have us all play while we're waiting for Edward to get his computer running.
Yeah, I
Or
understand. I'd rather not discuss the campaign over public channels, but, I understand what you're saying. It's more about my thoughts about the whole thing. There's some thoughts in my head that turn about that one,
Yeah.
Rather keep that one in a different situation.
All right.
But yeah, I don't know what's going on with that in general. Oh dear, this is not good.
Where were you earlier? I sent you I told you about this, right? Were you planning on coming up, or what was going on?
Well, personally, I was actually just exhausted. I've been out of it for a while, and so I showed up later mostly because that's the way it all worked out,
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, I invited like everybody on my friends list on Facebook.
Yeah.
I also put in the I'm part of this Facebook page called International Brotherhood of Metal or something like that. I forgot what it's called, but
that's an interesting name.
I mean it doesn't have that cool of a name, but hold on,
I like it.
Well, let me look it up real quick. But yeah, I posted in, I believe I posted in that. Oh no, I didn't. I don't think I did post in the middle. I just posted in like the promote your band Facebook group. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, apparently people just saw that and ignored it.
Oh. I have no idea what to tell you on that one, my friend. No idea.
I wish you did, because I want to figure out how to get people to look at my listen to my live music.
I hear you. Well, all I did was just show. That's all. I had just gotten up, and you were sending the note around, and I'm like, why not? And so I dropped in. Currently, I'm playing a bit of Hearthstone, in case you're wondering. So if I start kind of inflexively cursing at the screen, that's why. Dang, this guy's going as far as he can to annoy the tar out of me.
Yeah, when I first started the stream, the only person who was watching that was Hannah Wallen.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the.
Yeah, I know who she is. Of course,
I know who she is, but I actually put her name in the.
Yeah, I saw that
in the stream.
Yeah, I saw her name was in the bar.
Yeah, her and our. The heck?
I'm just gonna have to trade like this, I think.
Wait, who's David Shanahan?
And then I'm just gonna hit like that. And now we go for the great risk. Okay.
Okay, there's a guy in the chat named David Shanahan. Does that sound familiar to you?
Not at all.
Hey, David, if you can hear me, type something in. He might have left. We haven't really been talking about anything specific. We've just been jumping around, so I wouldn't be surprised if people, whoever showed up, would have just left already.
Yeah, I suppose.
We've been going on for.
Oh no, I
4 hours.
misplayed. Oh crap!
Yeah, I don't think David's here.
I screwed that up. I think I just got myself killed.
Oh, yeah, can you do me a favor and like and subscribe my channel?
Yeah, all right, I'll do that.
Yeah, this one's Madman Ministry. It's not the other one.
Sure.
Also, buy my album.
That I can't do.
You can't spare $9.
Unfortunately, not right now.
All right. Actually, you can buy the album individually. You can buy the individual songs now. So if you have like a dollar line around.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting. I just learned a little trick about your axis that is going to be very helpful in the future.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing this like once a month, and hopefully I'll actually like gather some type of fan base.
That would be good. Just like when I was trying to work on my channel. I understand that.
Oh, do you have a channel?
The one I'm talking to you on.
No, I mean like, is this like a personal channel, or is it like an actual you have content?
I actually do have content on this channel.
Ah, cool.
It's it's a little bit of it was some video game reviews, some video game let's play, well, some not really reviews, but let's plays, some commentary, and some topics from the when I was still a major part of a part of it, the Warhammer Fantasy YouTuber community. But since Warhammer Fantasy closed up, I've had less and less of a use to use it. I got a couple subscribers, not too many, very few, and I haven't really put anything on the page recently, mostly because I can't decide what I want to do next. That's that, and I had other topics banging in my head, stuff involving just everything else I do. That kind of has put me at odds with working on my channel. So, no one was really looking at it that much anyway. So, I mean, it was nice when people were, but no, as usual, not really any commentary, no real responses. It's that kind of thing. So, and it's just the occasional game I enjoyed or wanted to put up. What I was doing actually was I had 2 Toho Let's Plays, and then I did, well, maybe I had 3. No, I just had 2. And then I had a small series of videos about the Warhammer YouTubers community, talking about topics of the week, mostly relating my thoughts on tabletop wargaming, like Warhammer or Warhammer Fantasy, things like that. Though I was speaking more as a kind of person out in the cold about that. And then I did an encore of one of the games for somebody who was interested in seeing what it would look like, and I tried to do a review on it. It was a review of One Finger Death Punch, which is actually pretty fun. It's really cheap. Give it a shot if you like kung fu fighting. It's actually rather amusing. And that was basically all I did, really.
Oh, okay.
I may have something else in there, but I don't remember.
Do you have any questions for me?
Actually, yeah, I heard some of the music. Not all of it, but I heard some of it. What's the general? It felt like you had a very consistent beat going on in there. Like, how is your band coming together?
Well, so far the band's just me.
Ah, I see.
I play the backing tracks.
Okay. So that's why I understand now the beats very consistent because you're using are you using a particular type of software for this, or
I'm using MIDI for the drums. Like I don't have a drum kit, and I also don't have enough mics to actually mic an entire drum kit.
Okay, so, I got you.
Plus, I'm also not that good of a drummer, so even if I did have a drum kit and mics to mic it, I'd have an issue with my skill level as a drummer. So
right.
I sing on the album, I play guitar on the album, and I play the bass on the album as well. And so
I got you. That makes sense now.
Yeah, I use MIDI on the drums. To me, it sounds pretty decent.
It does sound decent. The thing about it is, for me, is that I'm very much big on percussion. So when I was hearing it, I was like, this tone is very consistent.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah, okay. Because I'm using a MIDI, and so I'm assuming when you have like a live drummer, they don't always like hit the drum the exact way every time. So there's some type of variation in it.
Yeah, it's nothing against where the variations are in your in your design. I'm just the first thing that I heard when I came over to the channel was the music, and I wasn't really getting a consistent stream either. So the first thing I heard was the percussion, because that's how my brain works.
Yeah.
And the percussion being consistent, I'm like, huh. And then everything was kind of moving around a fully consistent percussion.
Mhm.
And I kind of am very sensitive to that on my ears. So
Yeah. Are you a drummer?
no, it's just that the way I guess it's just the way my ears have taken audio.
Mhm.
Usually, I'm more enthralled by how the drumming is used. That's kind of how it works for me. Like, I listen to a lot of cover bands for that kind of that kind of layer multiple times over a core track. And so I know like 4 or 5 of those kind of bands, and they all work on the same kind of stuff. And so I'm kind of used to hearing the variations in the stuff that they work with. So like, not just in the grandiose like orchestral versus metal, but in the way an individual instrument may be used that was already in the core melody.
Uh-huh.
So I guess that's how I've been training my ears lately, and it just occurs that way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine. Like when I record, when I'm programming drums, like I just sometimes I make like how much do I explain this? I mean, I really like percussion as well, so I like making these like nice drum beats, and I don't exactly know what I'm doing, but whenever I do something that just sounds really good, I'm like, yes, that's
That
awesome.
inner feeling when a plan has come together, I know that feeling so well, my friend. I really do. It's one of those things that I spend a lot of my time on, though I don't do it in the musical realm.
Yeah, yeah. So like I've made drum beats for like other musical projects. Like it's always been me. I haven't made drums for anyone else yet, but it's always been me. But I made drums for like other musical projects that's not Jin Chechnya. And so like
Mhm.
sometimes I'll start out with like a drum beat, and I was like, oh wow, this sounds so amazing. It's like I can just basically just play something like really simple on guitar, and it'll just sound amazing simply because of that drum beat.
Mhm. That makes sense.
Do you have any more questions for me?
Um, Nothing really comes to mind right now. No, I mean, I'm much more. I could do some shooting the breeze with you. We haven't really hung in a while, but I also am not the type to stay consistent on a live stream stuff. That too.
I wish you got there earlier because like now I'm getting kind of tired. It's getting like, I mean, it's not necessarily late, but like,
Well, you've been busy.
I don't know, like we've been doing this for a while, so
Yeah, I figure.
yeah. Yeah, that's why I wish you had showed up earlier, but whatever.
Well, I was asleep, man.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I understand.
Hmm.
Oh, tell all your friends about me, about Jin Chechnya's White Maiden.
Not to worry. I'll let them know. I'll let them know that at least what you were working on.
Yeah. I forgot. I don't know if I told you this before, but I'm planning on like trying to find other musicians who also have like a way of like have their way of like playing live over the internet as well. So like I can have like just either I'll open up the show or they'll open up the show for me or whatever. And so instead of just having like just me playing by myself, I'll have like other people play as well.
Hmm.
And like I thought we were gonna have like a problem, but like since there doesn't seem to be much of a delay when it comes to just talking to you guys, so I'm not quite sure how well it's gonna work out. But I think I might want to like try having like a live jam after all the bands have played.
That might work.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, 2 people I think about having like having on my live stream next month are Darkstar and Dr. Random McCam.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea if I can get Dr. Random McCam because
Yeah.
he seems like a busy person. But yeah, I can ask him about it, and also I'll ask Darkstar as well. Oh, I'm also planning on being on what's his face? The late Otter Jesus show. Was it the
Okay.
late Otter show?
I have no idea.
Oh, I'll send you the link.
Second generation. I need to read. I need to sand up my old deck a bit. This doesn't feel right anymore.
There it is. The late Otter show on the Hug Patrol. Are you subscribed to the Hug Patrol?
Actually, no.
Well, there's your problem.
I got to be honest. I'm mostly satellite to everything. Everything I get. I get the eye on. So I watch too many things. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll talk to our Jesus and like set up some time for me to be on the show. Hey, his show got like 53 views. That's pretty much more than anything on my channel got.
Oh, I see why this isn't working out. Maybe I should do a small adjustment.
Yeah, I might do a theme song for a show.
Well, that's cool. There we go. That might actually help the deck a bit. Well, other than shooting the breeze, I don't really have that much to say. So, what do you think? Should we pack up?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna talk to you about someone.
I see.
Hold on, just give me a second. Oh, the fine. Yeah, this is a girl named Sarah Longfield who she's like a really good guitar player. She plays like an 8-string guitar, and I'm pretty sure it's a long shot, but I'll ask her to be on my show as well.
Huh.
Yeah, you okay? You just like cut out real quick.
No, I'm fine.
I haven't heard this song, but I'm pretty sure it's good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that David Shanahan guy just showed up in the chat just to talk to whoever was here about Milo in California.
Oh yeah, the GG in LA thing. Well, I'm glad as much as I would like to do meetups for that kind of thing, LA is exactly where I'm never going back, so I don't like that place. If I have my choice, I would never. So
You'd never go to LA?
no. I was born there. I don't want to go back.
Yeah, I went to LA a couple of times. It was all right.
It's got its advantages. It's just after hearing about everything that's gone on in the intervening year, and my eyes have my head has officially dunked in the vat of acid of that, I've said to myself, no, never again. Too many things. I mean, what was it? What was it? Social justice, smug people, psychos. The weather itself hates the area. Why would I go back?
Yeah.
I'll stay back in the. I'll stay back in the South. I'll take the occasional look from a random racist, but and I'll just go with that instead. I'd rather be lynched by people than the weather. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I remember when I went there. Like, I don't know, like how prevalent this is, but there are some intersections that don't have turns. They don't have turn lights. So
Nope.
if you want to turn left, you basically have to only one person can turn left at a time. And so sometimes it's just faster to just turn right 3 times than it is to turn left once. So, do you have any more questions for me before I close out the show?
Nah.
One question for you. What kind of music do you like?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of a loaded one.
A loaded question. What, think I'm gonna trap you? You think it's gotcha journalism?
It's not a gotcha journalism thing. It's just that there's I can answer that question in so many different ways because I like a lot of things in different ways. You see, Initially, when I was coming up, I was more no electronic. Just
Uh-huh.
very things like EM and trance in particular was my go-to. Then, as I got a bit older, I started segueing back into rock and metal a bit, and so I got into things like like a Megadeth was one of my more favorite album sets when I was
Yeah.
coming up. Tornado of Souls is one of my favorite tracks ever, to be honest with you. It feels like you're actually in the tornado, and in my opinion, when I listen to it, which is cool. Recently though, I've been on a run for stuff. I started singing harder into Japanese stuff, and I've been big into like I said, cover band stuff. Metal is still a major genre. Rock is still a major genre, but I'm all over the place now. So I'm into things like if I have to pick a band out of thin air, Wagaki Band is a group I'm interested in. They're a bit of a rock Japanese traditional instrument fusion.
Cool.
So they've got a lot of tracks. You can float around on YouTube, spot a few of those. They're an amazing band. I heard they're working on a second album. They've actually done some tours and played some shows, and they're awesome. They got a great look, and the music is just, it syncs so well. But here's where it gets interesting. They're a representation of what I love about the modern swing of music, the ability to in-house everything like what you're trying to do. Apparently they started, and I don't know how true this is, as a Vocaloid cover group, and I'm a big fan of the Vocaloid stuff too. So I understand I'm into that concept, and I like them, and I like all of that music. If you don't like it, I understand, but these guys got their start through it, and or at least it would seem as if they did. They do a lot of covers of those exact same songs, which they put their own spin on to a very good degree, if I have to make any statements on it. And to that same extent, I'm a fan of other bands as well. Demetori, as the band I mentioned earlier, is actually a band that does metal covers of Toho songs from the Toho albums, which is funny enough because when you think about it, some argue that the creator of the Toho series, Zun, basically made all of those games to actually stretch his music ability to begin with. And it may well be right, because he actually builds the game with the music. He does the stage backdrop, and then the music is layered, and then everything else gets layered.
Right.
So like whenever you're playing the game, everything is moving in almost near perfect time to the music he had already laid over, and enough people enjoyed that a number of bands rose up in Japan just trying to put their own spin on what he had done. Among those are, like I said, Demetori, but also bands like Sea Clays, at one point Foreground Eclipse. They are long since closed up, and so on. And all these little cover groups for like both of these two groups have, like, some of them have spun off and fully went on their own and made their own album sets, like Ryo, which used to be of Supercell fame. I think I don't know if Supercell's still together doing other stuff, or if he just kind of spun off and made his own things. But the idea of the, if you'll forgive the term, bedroom musician working towards something, it feels more true, and the music itself feels more right to me than anything that the so-called modern industry can do.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I stand on music, really. If you want some samples of what I listen to, no problem. I'll grab you some.
Yeah. Feel free to send it to me later.
Sure, no problems.
So yeah, I'm pretty much about to close up the show with a whopping 2 viewers watching us. All right. Thank you all for watching, and thank you all who are going to be watching us in the future. Make sure you like and subscribe. Buy my album if you like the music, or if you just want to help me out. What else can I say? I'm gonna have a Patreon, so if you have any ideas of like Patreon goals or whatever, just let me know. Send me a message on YouTube, or send me an email. I'm not quite sure if I want to put my email out there, but whatever. Just send me a message on like Facebook or Twitter or whatever. I'll eventually get to it. Thank you all, and good night.